Hello and welcome to the AOSC Super Series live on the iRacing Esports Network and live on Apex Racing TV. We are proud to bring you this Season 9 Round 1 of the Championship from Silverstone. We've got a number of fantastic rounds coming up this season, all of which you can catch on Apex Racing TV and on the Esports Network, and we're very excited to bring them to you. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick. Alongside me is Daniel Lee and Matthew Norris on the commentary box, with Scott Newton on the cameras tonight. And Daniel, we broadcast this series for the first time last season. It was fantastic to watch. Every race offered something up different. And I'm just so looking forward to this first round of the championship.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sam. Good evening to all the viewers tuning in. Great to have you back on board for the new season. And yeah, mate, as you say, we had a fantastic event last time out. It was a thrilling series all the way through to the conclusion. We saw a fantastic win there for James Scott and Logitech AOSC, taking out a very commanding win in the championship. Coming swiftly through at the back end, though, to round it out, Andrew Gilliam and Jordan Ross in second and third respectively as well. So those guys already in fine form as we just go to the conclusion of qualifying now. But yeah, we're in for a fantastic championship again.
We start off the season, as we did last season, Nori, with an enduro. This Silverstone circuit is a circuit that the drivers visited about mid-season last season. It's one that I think the drivers do quite enjoy, and it's a really good place to start off the season. There's plenty of runoff areas. They do get a couple of faster pairs in this series, but I think it's a good kind of starting point for the drivers tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sam. Welcome back, everyone. It's great to be starting the season at Silverstone, a track that everyone in the V8 community knows really well. Like, it's a Grand Prix track. Who doesn't know it? And like you say, plenty of runoff, plenty of room for drivers to make mistakes and cut themselves wide a little bit and use the AstroTurf to find their way back gently. Should be good to run here tonight and kick the season off.
Big thanks to all the sponsors for this. So these are the guys who make the championship as fantastic as it is. Acuta, who of course provide safety rigging and hardware. Jinx Shifters, who make premium shifters and brake bias and ARB adjusters for sim racing. Race Circuit Arts Australia, with high quality race circuit outline builds. Sixth Gear Imagery, doing sim racing digital imagery. Wolf Graphics, providing stickers. And once again, thanks to those guys for sending me some stickers from the other side of the world. And they are really cool. They have my name on it and everything. Thanks for that. And also West End Mazda, Too Easy Finance, and Parameter Izazu Yutzi as well, who are also helping out the championship this season. Thanks to all those sponsors. We might chat a little bit more about them later on in the broadcast as well. We are currently in qualifying, just reaching the final couple of seconds of qualifying, in fact, because the cars will very soon disappear. We'll be able to start this 650-kilometer race. In fact, the drivers can complete the lap that they have started. And at the moment, it is Pursuit Sim Racing on top of the standings. They were ever so strong last season, Daniel. Andrew Gilliam, unfortunately, at the start of the season, couldn't quite commit himself properly to the championship. I believe he had a few real-life karting races. Still, that is held off for the moment, but we know that team can certainly take on Logitech Gialtis Esports if they put all their effort into it, and well, that's what they're doing so far today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were one of the form teams, especially towards the back end of the championship, where they not only took a few race wins, they really came forward in leaps and bounds. I mean, the performance of the whole team really lifted from about sort of the midway point all the way through the conclusion of the championship, and to find themselves jumping quite a few teams along the way. Obviously, they did take second step last time out in the championship. They're definitely in a position to be gunning for that championship victory. So it's great to see the teams lifting, preparing as they go, because I'm guarantee all the drivers out on that field at the moment want to try and displace Logitech Gialtis for the championship.
They are definitely the team to beat, and James Scott is definitely the driver to beat. He took quite a comfortable championship win last season. He won over half of the rounds. I'd say even probably 70% of the rounds that he won. He had a brief spell in the mid part of the season where he looked beatable, but the start and end of the championship, he was absolutely invincible, seemingly. But didn't win all of the endurance meetings, so that will be hope for his competitors going into season 9 of this championship. Sean Thompson for KF, the driver's seat on the final few drives to cross the line. He's in 22nd place. Riemann Goodall as well for Pursuit Sim Racing. Not sure if this will be an eligible lap time for him. Brady Myers just on an out lap at the moment, and this will be about it for him as well. Just wondering if there's going to be some different kind of mindsets tonight, whether the drivers will just be quite happy to finish the race. I mean, you don't want to exactly have a DNF or a low scoring first round of championship. Do you think that the drivers will throw caution to the wind or be a little bit more cautious and approach tonight?
Some drivers will be happy to be back out here. They've been missing the spotlight for a little bit of time, so they'll want to be putting their best foot forward and put a show on. But some people will just be happy to round up, finish the night with a good haul of points, and move into the next part of the season. So a couple of mixed opportunities, but I'm pretty sure we'll see a good show from those at the front.
So everyone has now crossed the line to set their final lap time, and we should be moving into the dummy grid very, very soon. And we should be able to go through your grid as well. And it's going to be Pursuit Sim Racing taking the first pole position of the season. Tech G Altus Esports in second place. Sunji Sim Racing in third. Carl Stokes, who did very well last season, particularly at the start of last season. That's a strong qualifying for him. And it's Philip Worley for DPR Racing. Good qualifying for those guys. United Sim Sports in fifth place. There's Premier Racing Team, ANZ Motorsports, Pursuit Sim Racing, DPR Racing, Zuba Racing, Tanks SRT, Premier Racing Team, Kenneth Latter, who is running under a privateer, I am seeing today. Maybe a little bit more info on that later on. Then it's Jack Boyd, Gone Rogue Motorsport. Watch out for them, actually, from 14th place. A team really going places in recent months. Then it's Pursuit Sim Racing, DPR Racing, EXG Motorsports, Pursuit Sim Racing, Pursuit Motorsports, ANZ Motorsports, Pursuit Sim Racing, KF the driver's seat, Mac 1 Esports, Vipa Scorpion, and new team on the grid with Ashley Ruskin. There's Vipa Sim Racing just behind them. That's good coordination from those guys. I'm sure they're deliberately going for that. Mac 1 Esports Blue start in 26th. Then it's KF Motorsports, Fishy Motorsports, Fastlane Esports, Gone Rogue Motorsports, Fishy Motorsports, United Sim Sports, and Reaper Insights, Right Sim Racing Blue, Right Sim Racing, and Challenger Garage. Also, JPSS Goodyear Auto Care might be taking the grid, and ERT as well with Brinton O'Brien. Maybe they'll take the grid as well in 38th position. And apologies, it is a standing start for this event. I didn't quite realise it was going to be a standing start. But here we are then. Tom Fear from the pole position. The lights are about to come on for the opening round of this Season 9 of the AOSC Super Series. The lights go out and we are away at Silverstone. Good start for Tom Fear for Pursuit Sim Racing. However, Logitech G Altus Esports already getting alongside. Can they make the move into turn 1? Yes, they can. There's a fantastic start for them. Carl Stokes also looks very racing going into turn 1. Into the hairpin. Lots of overtaking opportunities for this first half of a lap or so, but just about holding on to it. Pursuit Sim Racing for now. 3 and 4 wide rounds. Very wide Silverstone circuit through the first few corners. Blake Birdie for Pursuit Sim Racing. Coming place the game for them. Also awful start for ANZ Motorsports, losing 8 places from 7th on the grid. So they've dropped out to 15th position now. But it's the perfect start for the defending champions, Brady Mars, with a superb launch off the line.
Yeah, really solid jump from everyone getting away. A little bit weird. We saw one of the guys with the pit limiter on trying to help get that car away early on, and lucky they got that switched off and no issues. But didn't look like any contact as the field working their way off at the start. We do have a late entry with Lee Roberts coming out of the pit lane, so he's well down the order in last position at this point in time for JPS Superchef. So a lot of work for those guys to do, but out front, everyone now forming up into that single file as they start to bring the tyres up. The temperatures all coming into the brakes and getting on with business.
Will almost certainly be 400 4 hours of racing tonight that we're going to get all 126 laps in. So certainly a long race this, and a couple of safety cars for the drivers to battle with as well. Blake Purdy, after a superb start up a couple of places, he's straight away on the back of Jay McKnight in the United Esports car. So he looks to the inside of the 027 into Stoke Corner. And Pursuit Sim racing up another place. Jay McKnight, we know he is a fast driver, nearly won the Safe Driver Award last season as well. Just dropping down a place early on, the Zuba Racing Team driver as well. Or was that Daniel Misdale perhaps for DPI, just making a move. It's a long train at the moment. This train going all the way back to 21st position with Reaper Sim racing at the tail end.
Yeah, really good. And a little bit further up, just keeping an eye on Rob Bowden for Tank SRT, working his way through. He's still got Ken Lader behind him. Just in front, Brian Borgs. It's a good jump for Borg, already up the 2 spots as they work their way down to turn 2 here. A little bit of action further back, that 3 and 4 as the guys go in. It was the ANZ car, I think it might have actually. Jack Boyd for Ron Rod Motorsport getting the move there done. So these guys really fighting for these positions early on.
Looks like Ratsu Racing has got past DPR Racing for 8th place. Yeah, I can't leave alongside. Look at that further in the background as well. Midway down the Wellington Straight, 3 wide. Wouldn't know that it's a 4-hour race. This they're batting as though it's the last lap of the event. But track position can be quite important around this place. It's not the easiest place to overtake, despite having a few long straights. Not the biggest braking areas, and this is a notoriously difficult car to overtake in as well. So perhaps just trying to make those moves up at the moment. Logitech GLC sports with a 1 1/4 second lead already. Really minds putting down the gauntlet. They may not have had the pace in qualifying, but at the moment in the race they are sprinting away with this one, lapping about 3/4 of a second a lap faster. Fastest first sector for Carl Stokes on this lap, which there's some kind of response for every single sector at the moment. Tom Freer is losing pace. Remember, Freer didn't set their qualifying time. I believe it was Gilliam who set the qualifying time for Pursuit Sim Racing. So Freer perhaps slightly the slower driver, but still not fantastic signs for them at the moment.
Yeah, just watching Phil Worley just in the background trying to look for a move on Kyle Stokes. They're not quite able to get it done, as we saw him in the braking zone there, so he still retains the 4th position. But for Tom Freer, I mean, he was very good last season. The pace came quite a long way for him. The car consistency very good, and I think with him and Gilliam, you know, the driver combination really starting to shore itself up, and the pace very, very good at this point. They're only 3/10 off. We saw Brody Mars just set the fastest lap of the race, 2:02.12, so 3/10 quicker than anyone else on the field. So the Altus car certainly checking out, but further behind, the gap that we're seeing from second all the way down the field not really starting to stretch away as much.
Tom Freer actually last season was top 4 or top 6 in the championship after it all played out. So I think there's no worries about his pace. He's just letting the race come to him.
Yeah, one of the most improved drivers, I'd say as well. Got a couple of podiums in the endurance meetings. No, certainly certainly one of the favourites for this season. But at the moment, just missing the apex slightly through Copse Corner. Reminder as well of the off-track rules that we have in this series. Get 35 off-tracks or 35 incidents. Then you will get a stop and hold penalty. And then for every 25 after that, you'll get another stop and hold penalty. It might be a feature in the last hour of the race or so, especially if you get a safety car as well, with maybe an hour to go. If you get a stop and hold after that, then they'll send you right to the back of the order. So that's really something that you do not want to do. Back with this long train. This train sends about 13 cars. But just moving up a couple of places, there was EXG Motorsports KRF the drive seat with Sean Thompson all of a sudden dropping down. They gained 3 places from the start, but they're back to where they started now, with seemingly a slowdown going through Chapel Corner.
Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward one there. He was lucky to be able to use the straight there just to step aside and let all those quick cars come through, but certainly not I mean, if there's ever a time to get a penalty, it's early on the race. Obviously, these guys still got the ability for the safety cars later on to recompress this field up. So not too bad. It's not going to hurt them that much early on. But already interesting to see Jacob Knight there. We're focusing at the moment for EXG Motorsport. Quite a few marks down the side of that Holden Commodore there. So they've been into a little bit of trouble early on, but doesn't seem to be impacting the performance. Last time by 2:03.9. So car's still pretty consistent. Tyre pressures should be up about where they want them now. So now it's just about finding that rhythm for these boys and pressing on. He's got Emerson Harvey right in front of him. Shoot sim racing as well. So every opportunity here for these guys to come through. Saw a little move there potentially for Rob Bowden, trying to get a move done up in 10th position as well. But further down the field, everyone's fighting as hard as they can for these positions.
Starts things form a very tight queue behind Brian Borg at the moment for Premier Racing Team. Because we've got DPR Racing, Tanks SRT, also Kenneth Latzer, and also Jack Boyd for Gone Rogue Motorsports, all right on the tail at the moment. Jack Boyd, surprising to see him down there. A driver who I believe got a podium in this series, I think at Imola last season for Gone Rogue. Not 100% sure on that one, I stand to be corrected, but the Boyd, he was almost one of the best of the rest drivers last season. He may have got a couple of other podiums as well, just not with the qualifying. Slow down as well for Pursuit Sim Racing. Emerson Harvey just dropping down the order for a moment. So a few slowdowns at the moment picking up for these drivers. If you can take the curb through Maggots and Beckett's and Chapel, can gain you a couple of tenths of a second. It's so imperative in this car. As you ride on board with Jack Boyd going through Club and Vale, and clearly see how much faster he is than Brian Borg, who's got quite a queue behind him.
Yeah, really starting to back up just a little bit now. I'm keeping an eye, just as we're already 5 laps into this race, just to get a feel for how long the train is already. And we're already seeing our race leader just work his way up through the loop, turn 3. We've got cars currently all the way back down to Club Corner at the moment as well. So the field quite a long way spread out. But when you look at it through the table, there's only a few tenths of a second between all of these guys. So a lot of traffic for these guys to work their way through and continue on board here as we ride on board, coming out of down onto the hangar of Wellington Straight. Sorry, looking pretty good for Gone Rogue Motorsport. Not quite able to keep up on the back of Kenneth Ladder there, but just ahead, Rob Bowden actually starting to struggle a little bit. Car not wanting to bite into the inside of the apex there, and that does hurt him a little bit. So potential, we're going to see a few positional changes here very, very shortly as these guys close right up.
There's also, you got to watch for the preceding car, because if they open up that gap too much, you invite your opponent to drive right down the inside and get that dive onto the back corners.
Absolutely got to be really careful at the moment to these drives, as the 72 going defensive, can't be go defensive to Maggots and Beckett, but he's holding on to that place. And this 4-card train is very soon going to be a 6-card train, I think, because Pursuit Sim Racing and ANZ Motorsports both on their way. Remember, ANZ Motorsports with Ben Christiansen currently running in 15th place. They started it up in 7th. And an awful start. Maybe that was the car that Daniel was talking about, maybe on the pit limiter. He struggled off the line as down the inside. Right now for DPR Racing, have they been able to make that move? DPR Racing defending from Tanks SRT. Not at the moment for Tanks SRT, they stay behind. And this is a proper 6-car battle. Now all this for 7th place, and you can see how far behind, all this for 10th place, and you can see how far behind they are at the moment from the drivers ahead.
Yeah, this sort of battle really starting to hurt Rob Bowden and Jack Boyd just a little bit. They're not able to get these runs done, although we see Boyd throw it very wide. He's going to fire this thing down the inside. Nice, clean move. He's going to have to be careful for the switch of direction, and actually not going to get that held with Ken Ladder just moving back ahead of him. So good awareness to try and stick the car down the inside. Turn 2 there, probably the preferred spot on the track to get those moves done, just not quite able to pull it up and get the car back across the nose of the EXG Motorsports car there. Unfortunately, Rob Bowden just ahead of these two, still pushing on the back of Daniel Misdale, running out of all opportunities here to try and get that one done, but we're seeing a little bit of scrappiness too from Misdale as he keeps hold of that 10th position as well.
Seems like these drivers are moving a lot on these tyres at the moment, Nori. Do you think the drivers are going to be slightly tyre limited? Do you think that's going to be an element that they're going to have to be thinking about to conserve these tyres to get a full tank of fuel in? Or do you think they'll be quite happy to really push them to the limit?
Because of the ease of changing tyres and fuel at the same time in the supercar, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. And they'll use every chance they can to throw a new set of tyres at it until we get the iRacing tyre limits in supercars. But no, they'll throw a set of tyres at it each time. They'll also be quite grip limited, because I think where the weather was 31 degrees on the track, so that's really going to hold them back and not allow them to use. It's 29, so it's gone down a bit, but it's going to be a slippery track out there at least.
And seemingly finding that out right there was the United Sims boss. They dropped. They dropped behind Premier Racing Team up into 6th place now. Is Corey Shepherd. And Jay McKnight, he has been falling back so far, got overtaken by Blake Purdy. Blake Purdy, by the way, Pursuit Sim Racing now 5 seconds up the road. As McKnight might lose another place in these supercars. That turn 3 is such an opportunity to overtake. You've got to keep such a tight line through 2 in order to open up 3. And if the driver behind you can carry a bit more speed through 2 and get the inside for 3, it really does work well. It's certainly not everyone's favourite part of the circuit, the loop section, but in these cars, for the racecraft at least, it does work extremely well. And another place lost then for United Esports. Jay McKnight down to 8th place now.
There's a move with Sean Thompson for KRF, just getting down the inside there of Emerson Harvey. That's a nice clean move down into Luffield. He's going to be able to get that car down to the apex and retain it. Through the week, actually, I'd gone back and was watching some of the old Le Mans races, and I remember a massive crash down into turn 2 there. I'm sure many of the viewers out here would probably remember it, between the Porsche of Brennan Hartley and what was at that point the Golf Racing Porsche. So it's while it is a key spot to get those moves done, is fraught with a lot of danger if you run out of that little bit of room, not being able to get those cars down and stop. So keep an eye on that later on over the course race, especially as the tyres start to wear their way through in these stints. Potentials open up there for a few issues later on.
Christiansen, not quite close enough on the brakes. Remember, we're running the 2 different cars today, and of course absolutely identical cars, so no difference between the 2. There's no BOP needed. Everyone is running pretty much the exact same competitive chassis. And so everyone should be on an even playing field. As CNG Sim Racing move up into 2nd position, Carl Stokes has got past Tom Freer a bit further up the road, and once again it's through this added section of the lap. And Stokes, up into 2nd position. Can Pursuit come back? Do they want to come back? It might be worth them just staying in the slipstream, and because only lap 8 at the moment of approximately 110 that we're likely to get in, maybe 115, and so we might just be worth staying behind at the net and saving a bit of fuel for Pursuit. And certainly for now, Carl Stokes ahead. However, he has lost 4 seconds to the race leader already, and now that comeback can start.
I think the best thing you can do if you have been overtaken this early on in the race is just conserve the fuel. Because when it comes to the stop, if you can take less fuel than your competitor, you're going to be in a better position come the next stint than they will be.
And of course, if we're tight on an extra pit stop perhaps in this race, saving a lap of fuel or 2 might just get you through over the threshold, and you might need 1 less stop later on in the event. We're really not sure how long these drivers are going to be able to go on a tank of fuel. We usually see 4 or 5 stops in this series, but we're probably expecting a 4-stop tonight. But if he could edge a 4-stop over a 5-stop and a 3-stop over a 4-stop, that could be very useful, especially with the mandatory 2 safety cars we're going to get later on. If there is a car which does need to tow back to the pits, we will get a safety car. But even if we don't get that situation at any points in the race, there'll still be 2 random safety cars, which are deployed, which will bunch the field up, and they could really come out at any point in the race. They always make it very interesting. Barcelona was a fantastic example of that last season, where the first 80% of the race was relatively normal, and the last 20% was absolutely mad due to the safety car. So watch out for that later on. Jack Boyd for Gone Rogue Motorsports, he's ahead of Kenneth Latter now. It's up into 11th place. It's taking him a bit of a while, Jack Boyd, who qualified much lower down than we expected. But he is slowly making his way up, and he's still got a very clean car. He's up into 11th place now.
Yeah, and as a result of that, we've actually seen Rob Bowden drop quite a few spots. But here's a little look at how he managed to get that move done. You can just see Bowden ahead at this point in time as we watch Jack gets the car under nicely. They're under Kenneth Latter, easy pass for him to get sealed up as they run down the Wellington Straight there. And we'll see whether we can see, actually not going to get a chance to do it, but it'll be interesting to see too for Rob Bowden what had happened to him, as still stick with this one. Actually, Bowden with a big slide and not able to get that car back to the racing line in time. So better part of Valour there. Saved the car, saved the 2 competitors behind him, and dropped back in to fight another day. So that's a bit of a tough one for Bowden there, and a lot of work left for him to do to get back through. I did want to quickly touch too, just with the pit stop strategies that we were discussing just before, looking at some of the testing that had been done by the championship organisers. We're going to see somewhere around the 24 lap vicinity for these guys before they come down the lane. Some guys might play that a little bit shorter, as you say, with the strategy and how that'll work out. But at a maximum, we're going to see these guys potentially pushing that 24 limit.
Thanks for making me look bad there, Daniel. We have no idea how far you go. And then you actually put some professionalism into it, and you give us a number. So thanks for that. I was going to say 20. I would have said 24 anyway. I just didn't say it. 24 laps then. We're expecting the drivers to be able to go. And later on we'll get out the calculators, which is always a fantastic part of the broadcast. We can try to figure out what strategies are potential for the drivers, but we'll keep the calculators away for a little bit longer in this race. The field is starting to spread out slightly. I say it's starting to spread out slightly. We have got a huge gaggle in the teen places, but there's a few of these kind of 3-car battles at the moment. KRF Motorsports, ANZ Motorsports, Fastlane Esports, 26th, 27th, 28th. And they are getting a little bit detached at the moment from the rest of the field. They've only got 5 seconds up to David Coleman, but these drivers are now 35 seconds off the lead. Lapping, in that case, about 3.5 seconds off the pace. It is a tricky circuit, is this, and they have been battling, but probably going to be threatened to be lapped by the third waypoints of the race. And Oliver in 23rd place, the 999 car. Another Gone Rogue Motorsports machine. Once again, the GRM team bringing, I think, 2 or 3 cars into the series this season, and they're holding off Reaper Scorpion. Do any of us know the origins of Reaper Scorpion? I don't believe Reaper were in the series last season. Are they an evolution of another team, or a brand new team? What do we know about them?
I believe Reaper have been around for a little while. They have run quite a few different championships over the day. Looks like we've actually got 2 or 3 different cars in there. So the Reaper Scorpion car that we're just looking back at the moment, there is also the Reaper Insight car in the hands of Cameron Jones, but they've already come down the pit lane as well. They're well down the order, currently in 38. Now, I believe those 2 are linked together. And then just ahead of these guys as well, we've also got Jamie Dyke for Reaper Sim Racing. So quite a few of the Reaper cars out there and putting on a pretty good run. A little further down probably than where they want to be, but pushing on nonetheless.
Yeah, staying behind at the moment in 24th place. I think we'll move up slightly to David Kimmons, who is almost past. In fact, he's just been overtaken by Ben Christiansen for ANZ. Remember, ANZ dropped down 7 places in the first couple of corners of the race. That's the first overtake they've made since. And David Kimmons, that's about the 4th car which has overtaken him so far. Pursuit Sim Racing. Apologies, Pursuit Sim Racing are up 6 places from their start, but we did see them overtaken by Gone Rogue Motorsports, I think, at one point. So David Kimmons now gunning in 15th place.
It's been a really solid run for them. Just behind, you see Ruben Goodall trying to close in. Jacob Knight actually dropping a little bit further back with the EXG car as well. But this trainer 3 at the moment, soon to be potentially 4. Looking pretty good. Knight, though, I did notice a massive amount of damage on that front right corner of the bumper as well. So that car's going to be struggling a little bit for straight line performance at the moment, as well as we see a move in the background between the teammates, not quite getting that change of position done there, but coming up to a really solid braking zone where they can potentially do that down into Vale. We'll see where that happens, but looks like they're going to hold station at this point in time.
Tom Freer is now in 4th place. Did we see the swap between the Pursuit Sim Racing cars? Because Blake Purdy up into 3rd now, and Freer quite a long way behind. Last lap he did a 2-minute 4.2. That's 0.6 of a second slower than Blake Purdy. And now Philip Worley for DPI Racing looks quite likely to overtake as well.
Yeah, Worley looking really, really strong. And DPR, I mean, they were really solid over the course of the whole championship, Season 8 last time around, and continuing to build on. Very good performance at the moment. Freer, maybe just struggling a little bit early, or at this point in time. We are a fair way through, but here's a look at how those guys switched positions, which might have already been done at that point in time. Oh, actually, it was a nice, easy one down the inside, down into the loop there, and no issues between either of those drivers, just changing that position out. So I think for Freer, he's really starting to struggle a little bit on those tyres at the moment.
Blake Purdy, though, 3.6 that last lap. He did gain another 10 on the 2nd place car, and he's within overtaking range now. Doesn't want to risk it into Stowe. Haven't seen many moves into Club and Vale so far today, which is slightly surprising. Usually a good overtaking opportunity, particularly in the GTE cars, which you see visit this circuit a lot of the time. But so far, we've seen them at a premium. And instead, down at Stowe and into turn 3, much more likely overtaking opportunities. So that's what Purdy is currently lining up right now. So move on to lap 13 of the race.
Definitely closing up, looking for those opportunities to get it done. You can see Stokes, though, just runs it very wide on the exit up into the loop. They're trying to do everything he can to protect that position, but Purdy's going to have to get creative a little bit here to see where he can get this move done, because he's certainly coming on strong the lap pace. Very good editing. He was actually 0.4 of a second quicker last time by than Kyle Stokes as well. So maybe the setup or the incoming tyre pressures for Stokes not quite where they needed to be at the start of the race. And if we're looking at about 24 laps for this stint, they got a long way to go still on those tyres. So for Stokes, he's got a lot of defensive driving to do.
Oh, off the circuit was one of the drivers behind. Neil Pearson leading Jacob Knight and Sean Thompson at the moment. The Knight with that damage that we commented on a few minutes ago, and it could have been Emerson Harvey for Pursuit Sim Racing who was off the circuit. These guys have been so close to one another already. I think actually it was a couple of cars further up who was off the circuit. No, it was Harvey, apologies. And that could have been a whole lot worse for him. Really tricky to control the car on the grass, but he does get back on track.
Yeah, I've just heard word too come across the race channel as well. Looks like we're going to have our first safety car for the night as well. So keep an eye on that. Pits have opened and already taking advantage of that. Brady Mayer's down for Logitech G. I think we're going to see pretty much the entire field dropping in the lane for these stops right now as the safety car comes out in the hands of Nick Heusler, doing another round in the championship. Well, leading that or driving that safety car, same as he did last time out in the championship. And looking at the pits opening up, everyone so far from top 18 already down in the lane getting those stops completed.
I wonder if we could go to the pit lane camera just to see these drivers in the pits at the moment. There are quite a few of them, and pretty much everyone coming into the pits then.
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy place for all these drivers to be at the moment. Just seeing if we've got anyone dropped out yet. Not so far. Yeah, everyone throughout the course of the field now in the lane, getting that first stop out of the way. The Logitech car back out underway, retaining the race lead at this point, and actually gives us a really good indication of what the pit stop times are going to be for these guys. So a minute 10 transit time, 31 seconds stationary as well. So it'll be a full tank of juice, 4 tyres, and they are back underway. Actually, potentially dropping as well. Bryce Washington, for United Sim Sports 2 going ahead, but that car hasn't come down the lane as yet.
You think that's a good strategy? No, I mean, I always like a bit of a curveball where you go the opposite of everyone else. That's what United Sim Sports have done. They're going to lead a lap or two. But do you think this is a viable strategy for them? Do you think this is sensible?
Well, I guess they haven't taken their stop, so it's a gamble, and they've got to make it. But I'm not sure I would have taken the same gamble.
No, I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity myself. The free pit stop there, you got to take advantage of those when you can. We know how competitive this field is, and for these guys, well, yes, it does technically give them a little bit of visibility at the front of the field at this point. It is going to hurt them a lot when we get back underway, especially for all those drivers now behind with the fresh tyres.
What's it got? Oh, what's happened to JPS Goodyear Auto Care Racing? They didn't pit. And then, oh dear. Well, was that why the safety car was deployed in the first place? Because they were further up the order. As they now start trundling away. I think it was a random safety car. I don't know what you heard, Daniel. But I thought it was a random safety car. I think that may have happened under pace car, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't hear that it was in result to a stationary car. That car very tore up, though. He's going to be lucky to get it home. Lucky it's only happened at the back half of the lap there. But here's a look through the replay. We'll see if we can find out what happened. So already we had quite a few cars in the lane doing their respective stops.
So this is under pace car.
Yeah, actually they came up very quick on a few cars further back down the field. Wonder if he maybe got some help getting turned around. Actually, car going around early on. That was the KRF car. I think that was in the hands of Rob Harris there under exit. And just trying to keep the heat in the tyres, not working for Lee there. Oh, he gets a helping hand on the way in as well. So that's a very weird one. Not sure who was driving that Commodore. That's the 999.
That'll be Aaron Oliver with Congo Motorsports.
Yeah, that's pretty messy to see that sort of thing happening under the safety car there. So see what race control have to say. I think that would actually got called up on the race control channel to have a bit of a relook at. So we'll see whether there's any further penalties that come out as a result of that one.
That's ever so strange. Under the pace car, they were racing like mad. exactly there. There's no incentive really to catch up to the pace car quick. If anything, you want to go slowly to save a little bit of fuel if you possibly can. I think we saw a lot of battling there. Into the pits have come the team who was leading. It was one of the Pursuit Racing team cars, and so they've popped in, and so everyone has come into the pits now. On the order, apart from Lee Roberts, who blew up his engine. Although I think he has maybe charmed back to the pits or towed back to the pits. I think now was that car who crashed at this point of the circuit. So this is one of the safety cars gone. Then there were going to be two mandated, and we will have at least one later on. But this is pretty early, so you have a safety car already in this race. It's James Scott leading the way. Logitech G Altus Esports. DPR Racing are ahead of Synergy Sim Racing now. I think that may have been a change. And also Tom Freer, who started on pole position, of course, for Pursuit Sim Racing. They're now down into 7th place. It took a little bit more fuel during that pit stop sequence. So ranging from about 25 stationary to 33 stationary. That's just the amount of fuel that these drivers put in. So there's still a range of strategies. Some drivers putting in a little bit less fuel in order to get track position, seemingly.
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds later on. Obviously, they're going to be a little bit quicker to get those cars away. The tyre temps should come up nice and quickly, and away they go. We're just seeing too, for all the viewers there tuning in along the screen, the 999 actually getting a end of line penalty as a result of that contact with the 39 as well. So they'll drop right down to the very back of that train. The JPS car though still yet to come back out after that contact as well. So potentially for them, that could be the end of their night now.
They should have the fast repair, you'd hope, as long as they haven't. Well, I don't think they would have been able to use it yet because they've not come into the pits. Hopefully, we'll see them back out again. It's a nice rule, this fast repair, because helped Logitech G Altus Esports nearly win at Imola last season. I think they finished 2nd place in that race, or 3rd place. I think they managed to scramble themselves back up to after blowing the engine earlier on in the event. Also, James Scott now in that car. They did have a change of driver in that machine. So yeah, now it's James Scott in the car. Are we expecting another lap under the pace car? We haven't heard anything that the pace car's going to come into the pits.
No, I haven't seen anything as yet. So potentially we're going to go one more time around. I guess probably now's as good a time as ever. Maybe it's worth having a shot. Who do we think early on in the race, putting a little insider commentator bet on to see who our top 3 are potentially going to be at the conclusion of this race? And I think what we're seeing so far, I'm liking the looks of Scott up there. I think Jordan Ross is going to be a bit of a surprise one there. And I'm actually going to go with Corey Shepherd and the Premier team with Clint Smith alongside him. Those guys didn't run last season, but already finding themselves in a very handy position in 5th at the moment.
What are you going for, Norrie?
Well, Dan took my bet. I was going to go with James Scott. But that's not the spirit of the tipping competition. So I'm just going to go with Tom Freer and Andrew Gillingham.
I will go for. I mean, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. I will go for Pursuit Sim Racing, the 940 car to win out, followed by DPR Racing, followed by Premier Racing Team. They're currently running in 8th. That's the 017 car of Marlon McMullen in that car. Let us know what you think in the YouTube chat, whether you're listening along on the iRacing Esports Network or on Apex Racing TV. Hopefully you're enjoying the show at the moment. Got plenty more action to come today and for the rest of the season as well. We'll be bringing you all the action on Apex Racing TV this season. Hopefully you will stay tuned throughout. But we are currently under a pace car period. We'll soon be back underway. We're expecting, and I mean, once again, the calculators will be ready later on, but we're expecting approximately 112 laps for this race. We're not going to get the full 4 hours. Well, we won't get the full 126 laps in. We will get 4 hours in instead. And so we're pretty much only about a sixth of the way into this event. So still plenty of action to come up later on.
Yeah, and safety car will be in this time by as well, so the resumption of play will come through. Also, too, can't leave out Scott in that competition as well, so he's already put his numbers through. He likes the 088 with Scott, Phil Worley for DPR Racing, and he's also got there the 94 Jake Purdy for PSR in there as well. So everything is in for this one. Safety car getting away, and James Scott now will lead this field back through. You can already see him backing up, and as we see on the long shot there, the train's still working their way through a couple of the corners back there. So it'll be interesting to see how far we can condense, or how much we can condense this field up for the resumption of play here.
Yeah, they're doing good to not to run into the back of one another. Big acceleration and deceleration. Scott likes to really slow down the order a lot because he feels very comfortable on the cold tyres. So the colder the tyres, the better feels it is for him. But Logitech G Altus Esports lead has gone. They've got more fuel, and that might put them at a disadvantage at the start of this stint. But they should be able to run longer. It's his decision when to go for Scott. They can't overtake until the start-finish line. And he's still holding on at the moment. This is much longer than we thought. Now he puts his foot down, and we are back under racing for this round 1 of Season 9 of the AOSC Super Series. Scott leads away, 4/10 of a second clear of Blake Purdy. He will feel desperate to overtake straight away. And mainly single file down the order. Not too many changes I'm seeing at the moment. Personal best per sector for Philip Worley. Those cold tyres in third place really helping him out at the moment. Big lock up behind. I believe that was a DPR car. He went in way too deep. I think it was Daniel Misdale who went way too deep into turn 3. I think we've now got Haber round. Hardy Haber in the United Esports car. I think teammates to Jamie McKnight, who was running up in the top 8 earlier on, and they have spun round at the second hairpin. It was all getting very messy with the DPR car going into turn 3, and it seems like they've come to a clash into turn 4, and we'll try to get a replay to you very soon on that one.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit disappointing there. He has got that car back underway, down in 25th position, so a lot of work left for Haber to do over the course of this stint to come through. No doubt he will have his teammate, Mr. McKnight, in the air, just settling him back down, getting back into a rhythm, and allowing himself to push back on. Kobe Jones and Craig Ainspach getting underway. Here's a look at the replay just to see what happened there. Actually, one of the DPR cars going a little wide early on, as focus on Haber. Actually, helping hand, he gets rotated by Misdale from DPR Racing, and that's an unfortunate end there for Haber to be rotated around like that. Here's another look on the replay, but Misdale just missing the run in there completely, trying to get the car back across, and for Haber, had the corner there. He had the car well ahead. Misdale nowhere to go there, and unfortunately makes contact on the back end.
Turn the wars. Misdale makes up the place on Matthew Deere for KOF, and that's contact. Oh, and there's surely going to be more contact going into Club and Vale, and there is. And that's a disastrous lap for Daniel Misdale, picking up plenty of instant points as well, and that was just unnecessary from the two of them. Really didn't need to stay in there, and that's going to be damage as well on their cars. Moving ahead of them was the two Fishy Motorsports cars of Coleman and Morgan. But Daniel Misdale, I'm not sure how long he'll keep that place, because certainly the first one looks as though he might get a penalty for that.
Yeah, and here we go. Haber back down the inside, gets that move completed. So a lap later, he comes back through. Misdale, though, we saw that incident through Club and Vale. Lucky not to get hit. And then cops it again. That's one of the Mark 1 cars in there. KRF are involved. We got quite a few cars getting hit there as well.
Just looks like when it rains, it pours for Daniel Misdale there.
Don't know if you've seen that Mario Kart video where someone's approaching the line, they get hit by every every penalty in the game. It feels a bit like that. Everything went against them on that lap, and there's a drive-through penalty. So yeah, 3 spins because of contact plus a drive-through penalty in about a lap and a bit in the space of 3 minutes. Daniel Misdale will drop down significantly because of that, but they will still be on the lead lap. So that is a some kind of comfort. Jamie Stovald now in the Pursuit Sim Racing 2 car. These guys took quite a bit of fuel, 31 seconds of fuel. I think they were running slightly higher earlier on in the race, and now behind the Zero tank car of Tanks SRT, and down the inside into Stowe Corner. It's good enough for them. We haven't seen a whole lot of battling into club so far in this race, but we might see a little bit of battling again here. It's usually a pretty good side-by-side corner, because you can go around the outside through the first part, get the inside for the second part. But James Stovold already has it solved, and he's up into 13th place.
Yeah, it was a really good move for him there. Right behind as well, we've also got Jacob Knight, who did stay in the car after that pit stop as well. So continuing on there, he might get a run here past Craig Enspatch as well. We'll keep an eye on that up into the loop. Not quite close enough. Just behind though, Emerson and Talyancic starting to go at it. The 2 teammates there. Will we see a quick change of position between both of those guys as well? But this is not a bad little 5-car train early on. For the other drivers to have stayed in the car, also James Scott, who we saw take the start in the Altus car, retaining his position. Blake Purdy, though, hasn't let him go. That gap just to 0.8 of a second out front.
He lost quite a bit on the first lap when we went green, but on that last lap he was only 0.02 of a second slower. That was better for Purdy, and on this lap gains 0.5 through the first sector, matching in the second sector, 1.5 faster through the third sector. So better for Purdy, although that's a logger. That's got to be a slowdown, surely. I mean, he's all 4 wheels off the circuit there. Gap's currently 1 second, and he is lifting out of it, so just pushing too hard, cutting the circuit, and that's going to be a slowdown, and that's going to put back into the clutches of DPR. Is he going to lose the position to DPR? That's terrible for Blake Purdy. I didn't realise that slowdown was quite as massive. That's not usually the one that you get. Usually it's either on the first Maggots part or through Chapel, but that was through kind of the second part of Maggots and Beckett. And he's now having to hold on around the outside of the Synergy Sim Racing car, and he does manage to do that. Here comes Zuba Racing as well, just on the tail. But what a shame for Pursuit Sim Racing. Perhaps a little bit of a curse there that's on him by us.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. He did a good job though to only lose the 1 position to Phil Worley there. I thought Jordan might have got that move done clean and easy, but just not quite able to get it done. Thomas Hinzo also a bit of an opportunistic move to try and put that car through as well, but just not coming up with the goods there to do it. But these guys really pushing on hard early on. We did see too Stephen Varga, who we saw only a few laps ago, rotating the car of Daniel Misdale around, likewise coming through for a drive-through penalty as well. That will drop him well back down the order also. So still at this point ahead of Misdale, but trundling through the lane at a very slow pace.
I don't think it's the biggest penalty around this cycle to drive a server drive-through. Of course, you do cut the final few corners. We've seen it in the past where drivers have come into the pits on the last lap of the race. With varying amounts of success. In a touring car it works pretty well, but I think someone tried it in a rather large IndyCar race, which was on BT Sport, and I think they went from 1st to 4th or something by doing that when they had the win in the bag. So in these cars it'd be pretty close whether or not that would be passed on the last lap. However, I'm sure the stewards will not take a kind eye to that should you do that on the last lap of the race. DPR Racing just getting clear now of ANZ Motorsports, pulling away slightly through Chapel. And also Harley Haber, 2 minute 2.83, the second fastest driver on the track on that last lap. In P18, United Esports, can't count them out. I believe they won the last 3 Enduros of last season. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they won Barcelona, Imola, and Bathurst. But once again, I stand to be corrected.
Pretty sure it was Harling and Forzen who won those races last year, teaming up with McKnight. Would be a little bit different, but no doubt Harley's up for the challenge, and he'll be angry and ready to keep firing after getting turned around a couple of laps back.
At the moment, this is just recovery for Haber, trying to recover as many positions as possible. This is not where they'll expect to be by the end of the race. Haber just trying to come back after... No, it's not a bad first stint for McKnight. Fell a few places down, but then they took more fuel under their first pit stop, dropped a few places, and then got spun around as well. So if he gets himself back up to the top 10 range by the end of this stint, that would be a decent recovery. The battle further ahead, Harley Haber now makes up a place of Tank SRT. We're in a different county then, I can make that joke, because it's like it's spread across 2 counties, of course. But United up into 17th place now, with the 2 pursuit cars as well further up ahead. Really battling a lot. Talyancic now ahead of Harvey.
Yeah, we were wondering how long it would take for those 2 teammates just to switch position there. I think looking at the raw pace at the moment, Talyancic is just fractionally quicker than his teammate Harvey. Harvey, though, we did see him stay in the car early on, or run the first stint, sorry. So he's getting through his lap allotment early on, which will be interesting to see how that plays out for that team, especially later on with drivers having their minimum drive times that they do need to adhere to. Little incident there as well for car 5, getting a incident as well. That was KRF Motorsports, so that'll hurt them as well. But Haber, with the eyes forward, coming through at a rapid rate of knots, he has closed up quickly to the back of Emerson Harvey. We'll see whether he can get this move done. I think he's going to have him down up into the loop, actually potentially before we even get in there, but that car certainly coming through at a rapid rate of knots right now.
Easy into 3. There you go. That was rather simple for him. Change of position for Jordan Ross and Corey Shepherd. They are currently alongside. Ross on the outside, Shepherd on the inside. And Ross will have the inside for Brooklands now. Looks as though he's been able to hold on to that pace. Is that Brooklands or Luffield? Never remember between the 2. But Ross is in 5th place at the moment. I think that was just defending, to be fair, from behind. Yeah, I think it was just defending there for Jordan Ross for St. G. Sim Racing. Is that a touch? I think it was. He's going to pick up a 1x for his troubles as well. So of course stays behind once again. It's just losing them time. They're now 1.5 seconds behind. The Zuba Racing Team car, as now look at that move. From Tom Greer. Dropped down earlier on, we'd almost forgotten about him. And we're reminded now because that was out of nowhere. He's up into 6th place, and I think it might get worse for Corey Shepherd because that was a disastrous exit from the Beckett's section.
Yeah, and I think that little bit of contact that we saw just there on the back of Jordan Ross certainly didn't help him. Well, I think he would have lifted to allow Ross to come back through, giving himself a little bit of self-penalisation there. But for Free, it was a bit of a gift. He got that car down the inside. Probably not one of the spots we'd really expect to see a lot of these cars overtaking, but supreme confidence to get down there and get that move done. Here's another look at it as we see this move here. Corey Shepherd down, just nudging that back. Actually took a little bit of a slide on turn in as well, which didn't help. Freer with a fantastic run there to get through.
Great stuff. Thanks to Jinx Shifters as well for sponsoring the replays. And of course, do check out their products, creating shifters, ARB and brake bias adjusters. Certainly pretty useful for your sim racing, and just really cool. It's just really cool to have that. Design yourself a proper fantastic cockpit. So certainly do check out Jinx Shifters right there. Something's happened outside the top 20. David Coleman for Fishy Motorsports. Fishy Motorsports, who've had quite a good run since the pit stops, but this has happened to them.
Well, that looked like a little bit of contact there. I think that was with one of the ANZ cars, and then rotated by his teammate.
Oh dear.
And that's the first. That is the first rule, the golden rule in a team. You do not take the other car around. So there will definitely be a few exchanges of words there, or I'm sure that's already happened right now. But there'll definitely be more to come later on in the debrief. But both those cars losing a huge amount of position, and everyone having to scatter to try and get back around.
Yeah, it might be awkward walking back into that team transporter at the end of the race.
They'll probably be, I imagine they're in the same Discord. I don't know what you say in that situation. Do you just say sorry, as the other person is furiously saying words that we wouldn't even utter on in the commentary box? We've got another one, man. That's a DPR car, I think. No, that was an EXG car of Jacob Knight. He's done well for a while, considering that he's had some damage. Been in that car since the start, and he has been hit off here by, is that a pursuit car? That was the 777 car. I think oh no, it was Haber. Haber went in deep. We'll see what the stewards think of that one. I don't think it's quite as clear cut as some of the others that we've seen. So we'll be interested to see what they decide. But that was Haber going for a move on Talyancic, and well, poor old Knight there. It was a very small tap in the end.
Yeah, there was no lot in. He did on the exit. The drive was phenomenal to get out of there. I think we're going to see some sort of a penalty. However, unfortunately for him there, he come from a long way back as everyone is closing down so much there, and just that little bit of room, not enough to stop that car going around. But for Knight, they're not going bad to worse.
Knight left a lot of room there. I don't know if he saw those guys coming in deep and thought, I'm going to have to open up the steering a little bit here, but he did leave some room, but it wasn't enough room for him. Out in the lead, Logitech to Yalta Spots, 5 seconds clear of Pursuit Sim Racing. Blake Purdy back up into second place and lapping, pretty much matching James Scott. And that's impressive. Blake Purdy, a driver, did we see Purdy last season? We may have seen him on the occasion round, but it certainly wasn't a regular. With this pace, you know, this is championship winning pace, you know, because James Scott is the man to beat. Anyone who can get close to James Scott is going to be in contention for race wins, and that's what Blake Purdy is doing right now.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing him out last season, but I mean, new signing for Pursuit Sim Racing nonetheless, doing a fantastic job. Slightly different paint scheme comparative to the other Pursuit cars out there, but certainly putting his hat into the ring early on. Championship contention, if we continue to see this, as you say, Sam, he's definitely in, well, he and his teammate definitely in with a good shot at it come the end of the season.
Top 9 now, all spread out, but further back, and Oliver, who did have a collision earlier on. He was the guy who made contact under the pace car, collided with. Oh dear me! It was. Oh, I can't. It was the GPS Goodyear Autocare car of Mitch Campbell, who's now in that car. By the way, that car back out into the circuit, which is really good to see. So well done to those guys for continuing on in the race, even though they're a couple of laps down now, I believe. But Aaron Oliver, he's fine after that contact. He got a penalty for it in 27th place.
Okay. Mark 1, Commodore seems to be missing a wing.
That's probably not the best way. Although he's executed Luffield very well right there.
having no downforce to do that to you. Why help in the corners with the help on the straights?
Yeah, definitely. And we're just hearing too across Race Channel as well, Harley Haber, the 029, will get a drive-through penalty for that contact on Jacob Knight there in the EXG Motorsports car as well. So unfortunate for Haber. That's going to undo a lot of the good work he showed as a result of that spin with himself or being rotated by Misdale. He's going to have all that to do again to come back through. A little further up, Marlon, a driver we haven't spoke of at all throughout the course of the race, having a very quiet run as well for Premier Motorsport. He's got Ken Latta just behind. In front of him, Jack Boyd, again, another driver who stayed in that car after the first pit stop as well. These guys are still moving up the field. It's been a good run for all three of these guys, between 3 and 6 spots respectively so far, and the pace looking very, very good for all these cars as well.
Jack Boyd with his 2 minute 5.92 that last tour, as we see just behind Marlon McMullen at the moment to Kenneth Latta. These guys now 15 seconds off lead. They're only 5 seconds off Jordan Ross though, 5th place. So you're absolutely right there. They have got good pace, and they could certainly come back later on in the event. This is the point of the race that we'd expect to see the pit stops now. Of course, we've already had a safety car period that was around lap 13 of the race. They've got pits on lap 13, so I expect everyone to come in on probably approximately maybe lap 30 at the earliest. Some drivers didn't take a whole lot of fuel, but probably expect the majority of them to be able to get to probably lap 40, lap 45 even at the maximum, but certainly 35 we'll start to see a few pit stops being made by drivers. Most of the go batting though is happening outside the top 20 at the moment. Josh Morgan for Fishy Motorsports, after that collision I think we saw earlier on where he hit his teammate. I guess he won't get a penalty for that, seeing that it was on his teammate. I'm not quite sure what the rules are on that. It's an area that we don't have to cover a whole lot, but we haven't seen any under investigation from the stewards at the moment on that Fishy Motorsports collision.
I think we'll still see something just in the interest of consistency here, regardless of whether it's the teammates or not. Unfortunately, they have rotated both cars around there, so we'll see how that goes. Obviously, they did wait for quite a long time to allow Coleman to get back underway, so in effect self-penalising. But I think with the way the rules are going at the moment, unfortunately, even if it is the teammate, we will still see that penalty come through. That being said, though, at the moment, until it is issued by race control, Josh Morgan fighting on as hard as possible. He's closed right up on the back of Stacey Walker there for Reaper Scorpion Racing, and trying to get that run done. He's going to have to be careful though, because Chris Barnes, another one of the Reaper cars, closing in. So the Fishy Motorsports car in a little bit of trouble here with those two Reaper cars trying to get their way through.
And there was a bit of a slide on acceleration out of club too, so it'll be interesting to see if he's trying to cook those tyres whilst making the ground on the car ahead.
I wonder what temperature the track is now. I wonder if these tyres will be lasting a little bit longer. 26 degrees now, going up to 5 o'clock in the evening. Anyone who lives in the UK knows that we haven't got any blue sky at the moment. I realise it's summer, but as Pursuit Sim Racing 3, I think they're off the circuits. Blake Purdy has made a mistake, not for the first time today. We saw him get a slowdown earlier on, and he is slowing. Is that an engine blow up, I wonder? And can he get that car back to the pit? That is very strange for him. I don't think he's going to be able to get up the hill.
No, I think he's going to really struggle. He's pulled that car off, so unfortunate for those guys there. He's going to have to tow that vehicle home. That will result in another safety car as well. Here's a look at the replay to see what happened.
Oh.
And that is a hard spot to lose an engine. That's really unfortunate for him there. So maybe just buzzed it just a fraction too much on the downshift. But yeah, that is very hard to see for those guys come through.
We see that so often, don't we? We see that so often. With the blood, we saw it for Logitech at Imola last season. I've seen it in the Year of the 8 Supercar Series. Sometimes it's a lot speed, sometimes you have got some power over it. And Blake Purdy looked like a really good challenger for Logitech GRC Esports today. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Safety car is deployed as we expected. So that will be the second safety car. So there may not be another safety car. I think it's a random draw of either 2, 3, or 4 safety cars. But if there are mandatory ones, then they may be cancelled. So depending on how many they drew, that might be the end of the safety cars. Of course, we'll still have safety cars if drivers have to stay back to the pits later on. And we should find out now if it was a downshift or whether it was just bad luck for him as we ran on board with Purdy. Didn't look like he revved it up, did it? I mean, it was in 5th gear going into there. That looked fine to me.
I actually think it was, I think he might have actually clicked 6 just before he ran that through the first start of the chicanes there and dropped it back into 4th, and that's ultimately done their night. Everyone jumping in the lane, however, as well. So another round of pit stops coming through as pace car goes around. Nicoys is still behind the wheel of that one as well. And everyone down in the lane for a second round of stops tonight.
So this is going to turn their strategy on its head again. Not only did we have that first safety car, but now we've got a second safety car outside of sequence. It's going to throw another spanner in the works.
Everyone coming into the pits again. There's really no question whether you want to come into the pits at the moment or not. We'll see if anyone risks it. We did see one of the pursuit cars, I think, in the first safety car not coming into the pits the first time, but did come into the pits the second time. We'll see if anyone does the same thing. Stacey Walker for Reaper Scorpion. I don't think Stacey's come into the pits. So Reaper Scorpion will move up. Apologies to Reaper Scorpion, by the way, when I had my mind blank earlier on. Forgot they existed. But of course, that was honestly just a big mistake from me. But Reaper Scorpion now running up in second place. And up 22 places from the start. Once again, I applaud. I applaud the change of strategy. Always good to see. Not sure if it was smart, it might be an idiot move, but I applaud it. Stacey Walker up in second place, still behind James Scott though, such was the gap for Scott. He's only taken 26 seconds of fuel. I think everyone's topped up with fuel on this time. I think everyone will have a full tank because after all, they did only pit about 15 laps ago.
Yeah, it's not a bad move there. They would have been very light on fuel. Scott still staying behind the wheel of that as well. And just while we were waiting for all these guys to form back up on the safety car, we had a look through the rule book too, section 11.1 for enduros. Minimum safety cars between 1 and 5 for the endurance races. However, they may come out between 1 and 5 depending on on-track situation. So we could still get a few more of those over the course of the night. We've still got a long way to go, at least another 3 hours of racing. So still potential for at least maybe 3 more of these safety car periods.
If we get 5 and then there's a stationary car on circuit, will there not be a safety car deployed? But once we get to 5, will that just be it?
I would say we're probably still likely to get one. As far as minimum safety cars go, it's only between 1 and 5. That being said, I think if we do get more scenarios like we just saw for Worley there, unfortunately having a blown engine, probably likely to see more of those cars. These drivers can't escape without the controller or without the approval from race control for this championship as well. So more than likely that will instigate a safety car for any future event as well.
We'll have at least one more lap under the pace car. We're now 1 hour and 5 into this race. The first half of these races always does go a bit faster, a bit slower than the second half. You can't get into the second half. You think, oh wow, still got a while to go, and then all of a sudden it's absolutely mad. Disqualification for the 940. That's the Pursuit Sim Racing car. Job Stewart was hoping to get into that machine, so running in second place, and they towed without permission there. They stopped out on circuit, and well, that's the rule. You got to notify the stewards that you're about to tow, and so they can deploy the safety car. And it seems like they've done that without, so they're out of the race. And I was saying earlier on how you can't just want to score decent points for this first race of the season. They are not going to do that. They are out, which is a massive shame because they really look like they could perhaps challenge for the race win tonight.
Yeah, that's a huge incident for those guys. Unfortunate for them. Scott, that was his pick as well in the points, so that's not going to help him there at all. But yeah, with the escape rule in effect during the races, there's also potential that we're going to see some disqualification or some points on the drivers' respective licenses as well as that. So that's a pretty tough break for those guys. They were one of the second form car out there on pace to take it to Logitech. So that in turn now promotes Adam Briggs for DPR up into second. Brett Loxton in the Zuba car jumping up into third, and Kyle Stokes still stays in that car as well, same as Scott. Hasn't swapped out the drivers yet. Finds himself up now, well, actually dropping a spot down into fourth position.
I'm not sure if Nick Halser has gone to the local pub.
I was wondering about myself.
Since the last pace car period, but seemingly forgot that there's a brake pedal going into turn 3 and turn 4, and track extending like you've never seen.
He had some incidents now.
He's probably got more incidents than some of the drivers out there. You're absolutely right, Nori. That is, well, Nick, we've never seen that before, and it's relatively rare, so we'll point it out. But we will be replaying that throughout the season. Nick Halser, well, hopefully his brakes don't fail there. We've seen how that can go wrong in past motorsports going into stay there. But yeah, and stay away from the whiskey, I think, going into the next stage.
Have a lie down.
Yeah, maybe give someone else a go.
In his defence, he's not a big fan of the GT cars. He does love a V8 supercar though, so maybe it's a bit of trying to find the change of using the left foot for the brake as opposed to a clutch. So that could be potentially it there as well.
Well, James Scott, hopefully he's all right. He stayed in the car. It's Logitech G Altus Esports from the lead. This is the second green flag period that we're about to get underway, the second safety car. And at the moment for Logitech, now that their main rivals are out of the race, this is looking very strong for them. They're about to get back underway. Lap 31 to be started at Silverstone. And it's James Scott who leads us away. Adam Briggs for DPR Racing in second place. Zuba Racing, Synergy Sim Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing. Clint Shane Smith now out there as well for Premier Racing Team. And then JP's SimShed, Gone Rogue Motorsports Premier Racing Team. And the 10th place team as well with Sean Linsell at the wheel. Jamie McKnight, he's trying to make up some places. Of course, after a drive-through penalty for that team earlier on, he's back in the car after Harley Haber drove it for a while. They've made up a few places. They're in 17th at the moment, but he's certainly one to watch in these opening few laps.
Yeah, Jamie's wanting to get some laps on the board as well as a cover up from where Harley's put them at the back of the field, so he'll be wanting to cruise through nice and cleanly.
Look at this. That's a big slow up for Dyke. Runs the wide line. Which might be pretty grippy later on, though. I guess there's a few marbles out there. The inside line will be getting very rubbed in, and perhaps a bit too slick for these drivers. Dyke might lose out now to Delaney, who's a couple of hundredths of a second behind him going into turn in. And there's contact behind as well. And that is very fortunate. No one was speared off into the wall and absolutely crushing their momentum. That was the 36 of Whiting for Fishy Motorsports, who was one of the cars involved in that. I think Hayden Bells as well. Also getting really slowed down for Carrier Motorsports. So now in 27th place. That's a real trouble corner. Geordie Sidney for Fishy Motorsports just got past Jet Bennett for EXG. Also Jamie Dyke for Reaper Sim Racing gets past Fishy Motorsports, and DPI getting past Fishy Motorsports as well. So quite a few little changes in the midfield of the restart, as here comes the 72. The inside for Blake Delaney was running far higher up in the top 10 earlier on in this race, please. Back up into 21st now with Andrew Dyson at wheel.
Yeah, it was a good run there for Dyson. A little further up towards the front, Andrew Gilliam and Kyle Stokes having a scrap. Just behind them, Clint Smith as well for Premier Racing getting involved in it. Kobe Jones as well brings his car up into the fight also. But for Gilliam, it's a good run there. They've regained that one spot back to get them inside the top 5, having dispensed of Stokes. Now he's got to turn the eyes forward. He's got Brett Loxton just ahead and Adam Briggs just ahead of him there. They, however, have already dropped off a little bit of time to James Scott in that Logitech car. He's made hay while the sun shines and already extended just over a second gap now.
Fastest lap of the race, first drive in 2-minute 1s, 2-minute 1.85. And he's continuing with another personal best in the first sector here. Briggs beating him in the first sector, fastest second sector of the race for Briggs on this lap as well. Third sector, another 10th faster. This is good for Briggs, but it just shows how good Scott is on the cold tyres. Just has so much confidence, it seems, warming them up. He's so willing on the pace car to slow everyone down, cool down their tyres, because he knows that he's the one who's going to be able to turn them on the quickest. And that's why he's been able to make a jump so far in every start that we've had in this race. But DPI now keeping up with him well.
It's one of the perks when you're the leader is you can dictate what's happening at the start, and you can dictate what's happening with every other car behind you. You've got the choice to run those cars down, slow them out, cool those tyres, and then jump them all when it goes green again. So it's a good start from James Scott. So we've got Jamie McKnight up against the 444 of Jet Bennett. Some cars looking opportunistic in the back. And Jet's not going to let Jamie have that one easily. He's going to put up a fight, but not enough as Jamie gets the move done.
Yeah, it looks like Rob Bowden also trying to stick the nose in as well. He'll get that move done as well. For Jet, that slide not helping him at all. He actually drops now 3 positions with Rob Harris getting past him as well.
Just trying to figure out who the 24 car is. I'm terrible at finding. Oh, Mark Fee. There you go. Well done to Scott Newton, because he's found this one. Find a needle in the haystack. There was, and a couple of drivers losing out because of it. One of the Fishy cars again. Fishy, don't like this corner.
Yeah, that's a pretty blatant move there. Both cars off, and that will definitely see some issues for Mark there. Actually, it looked like another car involved in that as well. Might have been one of the KRF cars in it, also the Hayden Veld machine. So tough night for those guys. Bryce Washington, who we saw taking a couple of laps out front under the first safety car, working his way back up through the field, down in 26th at the moment. They've jumped 6 spots already over the course of the event. He's got Ian Bird right ahead of him from Up On Esports as well.
Casey Mann in 12th. Hassling the back of... Is that Stovall in the... Goodall?
teammate behind of Goodall at the moment. He's taking back over from Taljancic. 3/10 out of a second between two. In fact, Man, I think, got past on that lap. Man was half a second faster. So Casey up into 12. As that was a little bit wide there for Goodall. Kirk and Cini, I think, are probably going to be past Casey. Cini with good pace in that Fishy Motorsports car. As we do replay of how the swap happened. I don't know if this was racy from the two of them. They are teammates after all, and it seemed relatively generous there, that change of place, and they did well not to lose too much time.
Yeah, well, we have seen both these cars pretty well locked together over the course of the event so far, and it looks like there's definitely a couple of drivers in either car that are a little bit quicker than each other, and I guess one of the advantages of being teammates there, it's pretty easy to do the quick swap between these two, and obviously picking the right time on the circuit is key to getting those done, so both don't lose as much time as possible. But yeah, really good there. A little bit further back for Ozatoga. Apologies if I butchered that. Going very defensive. He's got Ian Bird right behind him. A little bit further back, Bryce Washington, who we spoke of just a moment ago, and Bailey Freed as well, starting to close in on these guys. They're still scrapping over 24th position at the moment, but for the Fishy Motorsports car, doing a good job holding off these guys behind him.
Bryce Washington in the back of that shot, they're very, very slidey. So using up a lot of these tyres to chase the back of the Fishy car.
Washington, former leader, of course, of the race. He led for about 15 corners before he came into the pits. But I'm sure they were the best 15 corners of his life. Dare I say Washington may have been in the car for the entire race. I'm not 100% sure about that. But he's certainly run a couple of stints at least. Casey Mann, we saw the pursuit car. Actually, I think we'll stay with this for a couple more times because this might change relatively soon. Still, Ozturka really under pressure from Bird. Has got to look in his mirror. There goes Washington. He's going to gain one place. That was good on Frid. But Frid comes back. He needs to be careful. We've seen so many incidents into this second hairpin. I think 3 or 4 we've seen on camera, and there could have well been others as well that we haven't quite caught. Washington back into 27th place now, drops down after gaining a place. Also, Clint Shane Smith, could see him out there racing along for Premier Racing Team. And he is just clear of ANZ Motorsports at the moment. Kobe Jones, who I believe started in 7th place. However, they then dropped down to 15th, I think, off the start, and they've done very well to recover. They're currently in 7th place and looking to gain another place right now.
I think that was because Ben Christensen tried to start with the pit limiter on.
I don't know how that happened.
I reckon it's a bit of an interesting ploy there. It does help get the car off the line, maybe just a fraction there, but once you hit the 40k zone, you're in a bit of no man's land, and that did hurt them ultimately. Now, I'll ask the chat, because I'm sure that these guys will know. Actually, Nori, you're probably the man to ask as well on that. But Bryce Washington, I believe, former Porsche driver, has raced Super 2 in Australia. Now switching over into the sim racing world by the looks of it as well. And I know from a lot of our viewers who would have watched the Supercars E Series, we did see a lot of those real world drivers who may not do a lot of sim racing actually struggling a little bit early on to get to grips with that. That potentially could be what we're seeing from Washington, just trying to get a feel for how this runs and get himself into contention there. As actually, it looks like he lost a spot there to Bailey Freed as well. They dropping back down to 26th position now.
I believe it was Porsche Driver Challenge in 2005, 2006, and the 2005 Australian GT Championship. So yes, real world racer turning it in the sim world and turning it on because we're watching him.
doing a great job out there. A little bit of mark down the left-hand side of the car, just behind those rear wheels, but nothing untoward there. He thinks about a move down there, not quite able to get it done. Just behind, actually Rankin getting a move done as well. Up front, Scott and Briggs still continuing to extend their gap over third place Andrew Gilliam. These two haven't really been separated by much more than half a second, as you can see on the graphic on screen. It did expand to just over a second, but staying around that 0.7 to 0.8 at the moment.
Briggs, who got a couple of podiums last season, was often in that kind of top 10 range, but usually with the competitive that we're seeing at the moment, great to see DPR Racing making this step forwards, seemingly. On this lap, he's lost a bit of time, however. On the previous lap, he gained nearly 0.3 of a second. On this lap, he's lost nearly 0.3 of a second, so pretty much counteracting one another for the past couple of laps. You can see that gap slightly going down to the first couple of corners. You can check out the intervals between all the drafts by clicking on the live timing link in the description below, provided by SDK Gaming. And you can open it up on a web page. So as sim racers, I'm sure you have many monitors. Open that up on one of your monitors, and then you can see all the intervals between the drivers when they last pitted for their pit stop length, their last lap time, their best lap time. It's really useful stuff. So I recommend clicking on the link below, and of course SDK Gaming also providing overlay as well. You can check out sdkgaming.co.uk to have a 14-day free trial, I believe. And you can design your overlay however you like. Whenever we do Apex Racing TV broadcasts, of course, we always have different overlays for different series. You can really customize it however you want, as long as you know some CSS. So certainly do check out that. This is well, I mean, it's always a long queue. This kind of lower end of the teams. You're never alone if you're in this range. And we're seeing that once again. Jordan Sinney up into 15th place now. Jimmy McKnight just on his tail. McKnight failing to make a whole lot of progress so far in this stint. He's had to stay behind Sinney for a little while, and they're all staying behind. Ruben Goodall at the moment for Pursuit Sim Racing, who's dropped back from his teammate Casey Mann for Pursuit Sim Racing, running in 12th place. So there's quite a big gap now between 12th and 13th, and Goodall is at a big risk right now of losing a place to Kirk, who has a look not close enough.
No, thinking about getting a few moves done here, it's actually interesting to see the pace difference between Goodall and Mann. Last time by, there was a bit over 0.7 of a second difference. 3 wide here does not go, and all drivers doing a very good job to avoid further incident. McKnight trying to feed his way back through after those earlier penalties. Actually going to drop a spot to Andrew Dyson. Gets a run down the inside, so that's a big move from Dyson there to pull that car through in what could have been a big issue. Right behind them to Rob Bowden and Rob Harris as well. The Rob's just looking to maybe pick up a couple of spots here, but McKnight tries the big move, doesn't get it done, gets that car stopped, and will retain that current position.
Thought that he was going to be moving forwards rather than backwards, but instead, yeah, he is moving backwards. To be fair, Dyson down 7 places, so to Bowden, DPR Racing and Tags SRT. So they should be further up. These are all very competitive teams who qualify better than at the moment they're racing. So there's certainly no slouches at the moment in this battle.
I think they're just a victim of circumstance down the back there. That little gaggle of cars is just unlucky tonight, and luck hasn't fallen their way, and that's why they're there. It's nothing to do with their pace. They're definitely fast enough to go up the front.
So Craig Jones has got past Clint Shane Smith. This is how it happened. It was coming for a while. Smith didn't want to give it up, I think, but had to in the end as he go off the circuit. This is going to be a really good move, because he's going to have to go all the way around the outside into club. Oh, maybe Smith did let it go easily, to be fair. Or Jones just had, I don't know, curves or something. because was well cleared by the turn-in point. So James now up in 6th place. We'll see if he can break the jump. 9 seconds off James Scott. We've been racing for about 15 minutes since the last pace car came into the pits, and this so far has been the most evenly matched of the stints, despite the fact that the Pursuit Sim Racing car of the 940 car, of course, had a blown engine and then got disqualified from the race. They look like the biggest rivals to Logitech, but DPR Racing and Pursuit Sim Racing 1 have stayed much closer in this stint, and it gives us hope that Logitech could be challenged for this first race victory of the season.
Yeah, part of that too could also be maybe a little bit for James. I mean, he's been in the car since the start of the race now, so an hour and a half of driving time. Might be just a little bit of fatigue starting to set in. The car maybe just shifting a little bit out of its window as well, because we haven't seen him extend to the gap advantage that he had earlier on in that first stint. That being said, probably everyone else too, looking at the tyre data as it comes through, can make some incremental changes here with the pressures to try and bring themselves back into that window. They've got all those in-car controls, so the ARBs. I'm sure a few of the guys out there running those jinx shifters and the breaker bias adjusters just to help them out in that sense as well. So getting back into it, this top three really starting to tighten up now. Only 3 seconds, or less than 2 seconds, apologies, over them at the moment.
There's one battle which is really brewing, and it's that car in third, which is Andrew Gillingham, really pulling that gap back in from what was set out when his teammate Humphrey was in the car. So he's been closing that gap down, and every time we go to a shot of James Scott car, I constantly see that car that I've tipped in the background closing the gap. So excellent work from the runner-up from last season's championship, I should say.
We do claim to be unbiased in the commentary box. However, when we do put a bet on a car and put our reputations on the line, we are totally biased. So whoever we put as the race winner, we really do want to win. I can't even remember who I put to win, to be honest. I went for something obscure, I know that. I think I may have gone for the Pursuit Sim Racing car, which is now out of the race, to be honest. I think I put DPR on the podium, also put the Premier Racing Team, the 017 car on the podium. So yeah, hopefully they'll come back, but it's not looking so good for me at the moment on that front. Gap down to 0.8 of a second now, out on the lead, and Gilliam down to 1.7 on that last lap. He took a quarter of a second out of the race leader. So it's getting closer, is Gilliam at the moment. But no moves on the horizon. These guys are the only drivers getting close to the 2 minute 2. Damien Johnson as well for Gone Rogue Motorsports down in 8th place. He's lapping pretty well at 2 minute 3.3. That's faster than the few drivers just ahead of him, so he could be dangerous. Brian Borg at 2 minute 3.66 on that last lap. Jamie Stovall in 11th at 2 minute 4.82. Slower lap there for the driver in 11th place. You can also see some fantastic organisation. Pursuit Sim Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, and DPR in from 11th down to 15th. So gaze your eyes at that one, because that's very visually pleasing.
It's definitely the raffle that DPR lost.
Back of that little group as well, just behind these two, with Dyson and Kirk still going at it. You can see Geordie looking in there, McKnight still trying to push his way through, and Rob Bowden just behind. These guys have actually been able to drop Rob Harris off a little bit for KRF the drive as well, so not quite able to get a move that. Here comes though Geordie down the inside. He's going to get that car through, and that's a really strong positional change. Gets back across to the apex, gets to drive off the corner there. McKnight just in the background with a big wiggle on exit there, trying to put down the power. He still stays ahead though of Rob Bowden as well, but will be a little bit compromised. And while these four guys are all going on, surprise, surprise, Rob Harris back into the fight here. Here's Ruben Goodall, not going to be able to hold off that charge from Dyson either.
That's crazy Dyson. How quick it took Dyson to get past there. They have the DPR switch, and immediately he's on the back and then past the Pursuit Sim Racing car. So shows how much pace there is in that 72.
He was flashing on the lights. He didn't want to wait for that move, and he got the move done nice and swiftly. So he's on a charge, and we'll see him move further forward, chasing Casey Man.
Of course, big element of this race is still going to be staying on the lead lap. We always talk about it. It's important in NASCAR and IndyCar, pretty much any series where you have cautions. And if you can stay on the lead lap, then when a pace car comes out, then you can just hop back to the back of the train and you pretty much get it reset to zero. This is a long circuit compared to Imola that we visited last season, a little bit longer as well than Barcelona that we visited. It's easier to stay on the lead lap, but so you still really want to do that, especially considering that we may not have any more random safety cars yet in the race. We may have to wait upwards of 60 laps potentially. So to keep up that pace, not just about keeping track position, you want to keep up that pace so that you stay ahead of the leaders when they come round to lap. Jamie Stovall drops down to 12th place. He's been overtaken by the Pursuit Sim Racing car of Casey Mann. He's got good pace as Paisley in this stint, up into 11th place now. And Stovall, who has been kind of marooned in the 2-minute pause in recent laps, drops down to 12th. And I don't think it's going to take a whole lot of time for Andrew Dyson as well to catch up behind, because Dyson was 1 second faster on that last call.
Yeah, a little bit unsure for Stovall there, what's sort of holding them up. I mean, the two teammates working together, not holding each other up, which we saw earlier on with Mann and Goodall exchanging positions before. But Stovall here might actually be a good opportunity for him just to sit in, allow those tyres to come back to him, keep saving a little bit more fuel in the draft there, and could help later on with the strategy as well.
It's not often you'd see Jamie fall that far off the pace, so it's quite, I wouldn't say concerning, but it's not Jamie's pace to be doing a 2:04 around this circuit. He's normally much faster than that, so it's probably a good idea to arrow in behind your teammate and learn some laps.
Gap between first and second continuing to come down. Actually, our top three now just over 1.5 seconds apart. Here they are on screen. And for Scott there, while the pace hasn't gone bad for him, it was still 2:08 last time by, marginally quicker there for Briggs. Gilliam still the quickest out of this three, and as evident there, he's really closed this battle down. This will be a really interesting opportunity to see what kind of pressure now Briggs is able to apply to the back of the Altus car, and whether it potentially forces Scott into a bit of an error there. You see a little bit of a slide out as they come across the start-finish line there. So it looks like already a slight tip of the hat towards Briggs there. He's starting to get into the mind early on of James Scott.
So unusual to see this. Logitech haven't. I've never won an endurance event in this series. Scott won a couple with I think it was ERT at the start of last season before he switched teams. But yeah, they're yet to win. But usually when they don't win, there's some kind of issue. You know, they usually have the fastest car. But they don't win for one reason or another, whether it be a bad pit stop or a blown engine. But today, maybe they will just be beaten on pace because they're not looking like the fastest team. The good news for them, of course, that they've got Brady Myers as their second driver, so they possibly have the best kind of second driver of these teams. We saw Greer struggle a little bit earlier on for Pursuit Sim Racing, maybe Adam Briggs' teammate as well, will struggle a little bit more, but still not looking totally convincing for Logitech, and the gap's down to 1/4 of a second, the smallest it's been for pretty much the entire race. An overtake is very possible now.
And we're still 11 stops from a pit stop. 11 laps from a pit stop. So it's not like the tyres are that far gone. They've still got a fair bit to run. But yeah, it might just be that James needs to get out of the car, have a break, have a breathe, and get Brady into to fight a bit further.
the sector times as well. It's interesting to see just between sectors 3, 4 and 5 on this circuit, a little bit longer than what we normally see. Briggs just that fraction quicker as well. So only a 1/10 of a second here and there that he's able to gain. See him fighting to keep the back end under that DPR car, but the boys have definitely found something in this car tonight and challenging very well. I've actually been really surprised with how DPR have gone over the past few seasons. They've really come from what were a middle field sort of team. They've now really elevated themselves up to the front of the championship, started in the GTs, moved across to the supercars, and have really taken to it like a duck to water. So see this move come through very, very soon, I think.
And the way that he's ranged up on the back of James, he'll be incentivized to have a dip because there's everything to gain and nothing to lose in this 4-hour enduro.
He needs to be careful he doesn't get too scruffy, quite deep on the brakes at the end of the Wellington straight. He needs to keep it all clean and tight. He doesn't have to make the move. Even if he did make the move, he doubt he could pull a particularly big gap. But I imagine he would just like to have that track position, a little bit of extra security. Might keep them in track position when they change drivers, probably in a few laps' time. So let's see Sim Racing right there as well. Really good battle forming up for 5th place as well. It's difficult to know where you divert your eyes because Carl Stokes had an awful lap a couple of laps ago. He's at a 2:06 a few moments ago, considering that the leaders are dipping into the 2:02s and Stokes himself is securely in the 2:03s. He made a real big mistake, and that's another mistake as well for Kobe Jones, just going to the Maggots and Beckett's. And that's put Jones and Quinton James Smith and Damian Johnston as well. Johnston with really good pace in this stint as well. He's been catching up to these guys for a while. And even Brian Borg and Sean Linsell are only another second or so behind. So that small mistake for Stokes, well, it was quite a big mistake, lost him 3 seconds, has really put him in a bit of trouble, especially considering we're going to have pit stops within the next 10 minutes or so. So certainly one to watch out for as the CNG Sim Racing car just locks a brake slightly. It's getting even closer for the lead, down to 0.2 of a second now.
Yeah, you see both cars getting a big slide running up towards the loop. We've now got all three almost line astern, and I think for James there, just struggling a little bit on that mid-corner exit drive out of that car. You can see him just driving it on the rear tyres there to try and get the traction down, and it's helping him just a little bit, but car not rotating to probably the same extent that it did earlier on. But it's that age-old cliche at the moment for Briggs. Catching is one thing, passing is another. And while he's considering moves on what he can do on Scott, he's going to have to be very, very mindful with Gilliam right behind him and trying to hold off any advance from Andrew there as we watch him close back in. Loses a little bit of drive and falls back just a fraction here, but he's in the catbird seat at the moment to maybe take 1 or 2 positions, depending on how these two in front take about getting this move done.
It's almost like it's going to be a free couple of positions if anything does happen to the 2 leaders. Adam won't want to make a mistake, and neither will James, because they want to keep their positions. But it's going to be interesting if he gets a good run out of this corner, down the back straight, hanger straight. Just looks like they're matched so evenly at this point in the race.
Mid-corner traction for Briggs, though, seems to be a little bit more superior, though.
CNG Sim Racing dropping down to 8th place. Is that a slowdown? Looks like it is a slowdown, so they've gone from 5th to 8th, and Carl Stokes up to... Maybe he got a slowdown a couple of laps ago, hence why that 2:06, and it looks as though he's picked up another slowdown, and it's dropped him down 3 places.
Yeah, it's the same spot where we've seen quite a few issues for drivers over the course of the night, just taking a fraction too much curb there and ultimately hurting their run through. So Scott does drop a few spots. And, here's another look at just how that unfolded. Actually Apologies, we just got back to the live picture. So Stokes actually now got a mirror full of Brian Borg right behind him. He's got Damien Johnson just ahead. For Jones and Smith, they're going to want to get as much of an advantage away as possible here. So what can Stokes now do as a recovery? He's going to need to fight ever harder and see what he can come up with.
This battle at the front doesn't seem to be changing at all. We keep taking our eyes off it, looking back at it, and it's still the same. Scott from Briggs, from Gillingham.
Their pace is still exceptional. If anything, their pace is better now than it's been for a while. They're all in the 2-minute twos, which is the first time that's happened for a little while. 2-minute 2.94, 2-minute 2.99, 2-minute 2.72. Gilliam really quick on that last lap. This is perhaps the best opportunity that DPR have had. Caps down to 1.5 tenths into Stowe. They could have gone for it. If that was the last lap, I think they would have gone for it, but no need at the moment. Lap 46 of 126. However, we can pretty much take the laps away, I think, pretty soon, because it's certainly going to be the 4-hour time limit that we're going to be limited by, and by that logic, we're probably just under halfway through this race at the moment, about 40% through. As the sun starts to set at Silverstone, the track cooling down, the air cooling down, the cars will be getting quicker and quicker. Down to 23 degrees now, track temperature at 5:30. In fact, it will almost be the floodlights will be on at the end of this race. We'll be pretty close. May the 15th. It's not too far away from the summer solstice, about a month away, but so we're going to have a little bit of evening weather by the Czechoslovakia.
Given we're at a GP circuit, Adam Briggs maybe needs a word or two from a GP champion, and that would be Ayrton Senna's. If you don't go for a dive that doesn't exist, you're not a racing car driver. He just needs to make that gap happen, needs to force James to make a mistake. And James, as we know from last season, doesn't make many mistakes.
Really nice seeing how poor James is being stalked. I think, Rady, you're going to be in the same situation. Not too far from now, to be honest, because there's no letting off. Gilliam just losing a little bit of time. Can we just ride on board with Gilliam for a second? I just want to see if he's maybe lifting and coasting, because I feel like he's got more pace than this. He was catching up to these guys quite easily earlier on in the event. And it'd be interesting to see if he's fuel saving at all at the moment, just keeping his distance, trying to get a strategic advantage. Or maybe just saving the tyres, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I feel like he's faster than Briggs, and at the moment Briggs is outpacing him.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to save a little bit additional fuel there. It sounds like he's coming off the throttle just a fraction. I worry, though, that he may have hurt those tyres from the run that he's had early on. You can see him really working the wheel there through that final corner to try and get the car through without too much issue, but not having luck at the moment. I did see quickly, too, for McKnight well further down the order, dropping a couple of positions as well. He now finds himself back behind Rob Harris and well down the order also. But
sorry, it's just Carl Stokes is coming back at Damien Johnston. I thought he may have dropped out for a moment there because I saw some red. But he is past. Johnston down into 8th. Oh, Premier Racing Team almost went for the line. Just not like Brian Borg to go for a risky move. But you got to go for this move because he's left the inside open. Johnston with the retaliation possibly was misplaced. Borg down the inside. Now Stokes is off the circuit as well, just ahead. That's going to be a 4 exit for Stokes, but he's going to be all right. And not quite with the launch that he needed there for the 017. My pick for 3rd place by the checkered flag. Oh, that was a risky move as well, going into Brooklands, and he does stay behind. Ross ahead of Johnson, ahead of Borg, ahead of Nielsen.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be nearing the pit stop window as well. Last time for a lot of these drivers was lap 28 as well. A change of position here again between McKnight and Harris. I think I just heard over race control that Jamie actually had to give that position back, but still a little bit further discussion between them and race control as that one sorts itself out. But they are dropping a little bit of time there. Back at the front though, Scott and Briggs still hammer and tong trying to get this move done.
You just want to know who's going to blink first when it comes to their pit stops. Probably 3 or 4 laps away from the stop now, so it won't be too far out. Who's going to take less fuel? Who's going to have a better run through the driver change sequence? If at all DPR do need the driver change.
I actually think this could be probably a good opportunity here for DPR. Maybe come in, try the undercut, and we are right up against only about 3 laps away from when we're going to get to the bottom of these tanks of fuel. They might actually be able to get themselves out into a good position here. It is a long pit stop time, however, for these guys, about 1:10 to come down the lane and fuel up. So that could drop them back down, I would say, about the 13th position by the time that one unfolds, which does give them a little bit of clear track as well. So for DPR, probably not a bad opportunity to come and try something a little bit different to what we've seen so far tonight.
Because James being in the car since the start, they will need a driver change. The minimum driver swap is, they need a driver swap 3 times at least. So they've got everything to gain from an undercut and almost nothing to lose.
I think if they did pit now, I'm not sure what the pit lane loss is, but you're absolutely right how it's 1:10 down the pit lane. I think it takes about 20 seconds anyway to cover that same distance when you're out on site. So we can probably say, I think probably 45 seconds you'll lose. If they did that, then they come out pretty much at the back at 21st, 22nd at that big midfield pack and be in so much traffic. I'm not sure if it would be worth it. They'd have a lot of drives to overtake. I mean, you've got Delaney 48 seconds behind, and then Bennett's just a second ahead of him, Dyke and Harris, Bowden, McKnight, all would have to overtake. So it'd be a risky strategy, but if it gets in track position, maybe it would be the good thing to do. We're expecting pit stops on about lap 52 of this race. They might be able to edge it out to 53 or 54. Everyone had a full tank fuel. Everyone's on the same amount of fuel, we believe at least, going into this stint of the race. And so everyone should be doing relatively similar things. Alternatively, they could pit on the same lap. In fact, actually, Premier Racing Team and Sean Linsell are into the pits, EXG. So maybe they didn't have a full tank of fuel, or maybe they're going for the undercut. This should work quite well for them because they should come out in a clear piece of circuit, I imagine, in 23rd place, I think.
So they're doing the clever thing and listening to our commentary and throwing a curveball.
Both cars now just about on the box as we see them both come to a stop. Keep an eye, I won't be able to bring up the track map just to get an idea of where these cars are. There was a change in the Borg machine, actually, sorry, just behind Ladder, actually jumping on board that EXG car as well. Brian stays on board with that car as well. The battle up front still continuing. Will we see these guys potentially come down the lane? As I think we're going to see Borg maybe drop back down to about 27th here, as they still retain stopped in their respective boxes.
So last time by, James Scott did a 2 minutes 3, followed by Adam Briggs on a 2 minutes 2, and Andrew Gillingham on a 2 minutes 2 as well. So the pace for James is varying, but it's still there, still alive.
Oh, this could be an overtake if he wants to go for it. No, but lifted out of it, Briggs. That was right there for him because it was a poor exit for Scott, and Briggs could have overtaken if he wanted to there, but he decided to stay behind. Do any of them come into the pits? No. By the way, in terms of the fuel situation in gets into the end of the race, they're all going to have to pit 3 more times to get to the end of the race. That's pretty much guaranteed. 45 minutes on the tank of fuel. That they're not close to saving an extra pit stop. So it's really a couple of laps here and there doesn't make a whole lot of difference in terms of whether you'll get to the end of the race on the same amount of pit stops or not. So no need to worry about that one. The window is well and truly open for these drivers. As Gilliam closes up again, he gained about half a second on these drivers on that last lap.
Yeah, he's really played himself back into contention now. Did seem like he was dropping away marginally just before as the ANZ Motorsports car drops in the lane for its next round of stops. But with sitting back, letting the race come back to him, he's saved a little bit of tyre life. He's come back up to it, and he's now going to want to have a crack likewise again at Briggs to see whether he can pull this car up into second position. But it's been a solid run for him so far. The lap time's looking very, very healthy. Last time by 2:02.5, so still a lot of performance left in it.
It's hard to think that a 2-minute 2-lap time is slow, but towards this end of the tyre stint, where the fuel's low and the tyres are a bit ragged, and the track is cooling, so it will be getting faster, but they'll be hanging on for dear life on these cars at the minute. 23 on the circuit. Yeah, so it is cooling off.
It's been very overcast these past few moments as now the sun comes out. So it will probably maintain at 23 maybe for a little bit longer. Once again, Briggs, no interest in overtaking. He might be able to go a lap further with the amount of fuel that he's taking. Look at the rubber as well. Fantastic element by iRacing to add the rubber kind of onto the car. Looking absolutely filthy. It's the front end of that Mustang. Shows how close he's been running for this entire stint.
To all livery designers, never design a white car.
Yes, true.
Back down the order, Rob Bowden, Jamie McKnight still going at it. It's over 14th position at the moment. These guys actually jumped up a little bit as we're starting to see some of our pit stops cycle their way through the field. McKnight still struggling on outright pace in that car at the moment. Last time 2:03.9, so a little slower as we see Rob Harris fire it down into the lane. Actually, McKnight nearly got a bit of a tap there from Bowden on the brakes through Stowe corner there. Not getting hit though, luckily, so good to see.
Be interesting to see where Rob Harris comes out at the end of all of this. If he's further ahead or behind McKnight when he cycles through for his pit stop.
Leaders working their way through the S's, about to jump on to Hangar Straight here. They're going to start coming up on a little bit of lap traffic as well, which could potentially cause some issues for them if they continue to go out a little bit further. Interesting to see though, Briggs not as close as he was last time by comparative to Scott, so may have potentially missed that opportunity to get those moves done. Keep an eye to see whether they decide they want to come in for the stop. Here comes Scott though. That's a smart move, gets that car in. For Briggs though, it looks like Gilliam also continuing on for one more lap. How will that fare for them, do we think?
Yeah, I would have gone for the undercut. So the overcut strategy, it might work for them if he can get some fast laps in. Remember, the slowest of those drivers was James Scott in those closing couple of laps. So having a bit more fresh air, having Andrew Gillingham really on his back bumper now, so he's going to get pushed along. And
there goes Gilliam down the inside. Is there going to be contact? There almost was. That was out of nowhere for Gilliam. You'd think that they'd be wanting to work together to try to get the overcut on Scott, but instead they're battling one another. And you've got a question if that's the wise thing to do. There goes Gilliam again.
Yeah, I think this is the wrong time to be having this fight.
Yeah, hold on for a moment,
about
guys.
3 or 4 laps ago, boys. This is 3 or 4 laps too late. You want to extend your lead now so that you can have a faster in-lap. If this is your in-lap, or have a faster couple of laps on the circuit so that guy who pitted doesn't get that undercut.
Yeah, well, we've seen too with James Scott coming down the lane, and he's now relinquished control of the Altus car to Brody Myers as well, who now just gets back underway. So the Altus car dropping from first down to 8th position. It was a long stop, 43 seconds stationary. So a huge whack of fuel going into that one, I think, for these two, though. Briggs and Gilliam, they've really missed a trick here, not diving in the lane that last time by. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them falling well down. Maybe potentially losing 1 or 2 spots here as a result of this.
We'll see how much fuel they put in, because you're right, 44 seconds for Myers. That's a lot. That is a lot compared to everyone else who've been putting in about 30 seconds of fuel. You can check out the pit stop times in the SDK live timing web link. I thought for a second maybe maybe Scott had sped under pit lane and got a 15 seconds stop and hold. But I don't think that's the case, because there are a few other 45-second pit stops further down the order. But the majority of the front runners, majority of the drivers in the top 10, only putting 30 seconds worth of fuel in. They've got 45-minute stints, of course, in this race. They've got 3 more stints to go, so you've got plenty of margin to not put a lot of fuel in. I think the 2 guys who've just come into the pits will probably put less fuel in and will probably be clear of Scott. But of course, Scott will have the strategic advantage later on. So fantastic batsing at the moment. That's not fantastic batsing. That was all very clumsy. 027 car of Harley Haber to get a drive-through penalty earlier on, making his presence known. And he makes his way past Sean Thompson there.
Yeah, we've seen 2 change of position with Freo and Wally now getting in those cars, still stationary in the lane as Myers comes around to complete another lap here. I would expect they're going to retain that lead. It's interesting to see the numbers now as a result of this stop. This is the first time throughout the course of the race that we've actually got a full representation of at trail transit times with all these guys running out a full run of the tank. Obviously, we've had those 2 safety cars early through the course of the race, and that's probably skewed some of our numbers just a hair here with those 30-second stops that we've seen, but they have come out. And actually for Myers, going in that lap early, James Scott going in that lap early to hand over to Myers, they've actually extended a nearly 3-second advantage to those 2 that stayed out there.
Yeah, so maybe it was the wise decision to come in that lap early. It's certainly taken the pressure off for a while. They all put the same amount of fuel in, so Myers 44 seconds, Worley 44 seconds, and Greer 45 seconds. Thomas Hinds up into 4th place now. He was stationary for 46 seconds for R2 Racing. Apologies, Zuma Racing. I got the 2 on my on my screen. I don't know why. But Zuma Racing in 4th place, maintaining that place. And Premier Racing Team up into 5th place. They were one of the first to come into pits. They pitted on lap 49, which is about 4 laps earlier than many of their rivals. And doing that undercut, they also took less fuel, and they've gone from 9th place to 5th place. Premier Racing Team then going for the undercut. They might be under pressure later on in this stint, and of course they'll have to take more fuel at their next pit stop. But for now, it's got them track position, and could be a wise move. It's now got Brian Borg in that car.
I think I just caught a message on race control 092 holding or giving back a spot, so to chase that one further.
I think that was Haber passing Thompson. I think now they've asked Haber to give that place back to Thompson. It's very close at the moment, about a 1/10 of a second between the 2. And the problem is they've got loads of cars behind. Oh, Harley. That move wasn't on. Well, he gives the place back, I don't know. Gives the place back, but
it's not really fair when you cost him that much time.
No, I think that one will probably be okay in that, because he's almost hurt himself a little bit there. He did straighten up the car there at Henry King. It's not a great look to be down the side like that, but he was able to straighten that car up. Luckily not to have lost any further positions, however.
I'm not sure who spun with them. I think there was another bit of contact. Oh, Haber over the curb. Oh, and that's more contact as well. That'll be a 0x, won't pick up any incidents. United Sim Sports, remember, United Sim Sports and Harley Haber, because it was Al Nabi last season, now alongside Joe McKnight for this season. The winners of the last 3 endurance meetings in this AOSC championship. But tonight they are a long way from that. We are hesitant to rule them out because we are only halfway through this race, and with the way that these endurance work with the safety cars, it can change. But it's looking very unlikely for them to get anywhere near the podium at the moment. And Haber did give that place back to Thompson then. He'll be hoping that he doesn't get a further penalty for Beck gets on that last lap.
They've got to watch the incidents in the 027 because they're sitting on 22 and I think 25 or 35.
35.
So when you start getting incidents or penalties handed out, so they're going to have to watch that.
There's Sim Racing very close to DPR. Freya has the pace in this early part of this, and I can't remember, what stint is this? Is this the fourth stint? I think 1, 2. No, it's 4th stint. Even though it should be the 3rd, but we've had a couple of short kind of stints, such as the pace cars. But at the moment, Pursuit looking faster. He couldn't make the move though for Freya initially. It's Philip Worley who stays in 2nd place for the time being.
Yeah, Tom at the start of the race seemed to drop back a bit too easily, so it'll be interesting to see how he turns on his second driving stint, and see if he actually progresses a bit further forward this time. Now he's got that car, the DPR car that they're really tied together in battle with.
Haber and Thompson still going at it over 15th. Haber a little bit quicker last time by, actually, nearly just over a full second quicker than Thompson ahead of him there. So he's going to get that car up ahead. Further back, Chris Barnes just stepping aside, and he and Henry King, who we saw only a couple of laps ago having some issues there with Haber, giving him a bit of a touch-up, gets a move done. Haber likewise now just back ahead of Sean Thompson into 15th position now.
Chris Barnes in 19th, just getting that move done past Henry King, making sure he asserts his position. That is a wicked-looking livery on that. Well, it says Reaper, but it's very much a tank skin on my screen.
Oh, that's slow for one of the tanked teams. Speaking of them, that's not another blown engine, is it? He is very slow. We could be getting another safety car here. Still seems to have drive.
Yeah.
Maybe he's giving up a place, I'm not sure. And scratching that car. He's still
potentially
slowly.
I think he's got a slowdown penalty there, and he's run it almost to the very end and needs to clear it. So stepped well aside, let everyone through, but almost cost himself another opportunity there with Pearson. Car back up to speed at the moment, however, though, so not too sure what's going on.
I think he's still struggling. I'm seeing that gap up to 12 seconds now behind the next car. So maybe there's a hardware failure for him. Oh, kick, that's gotta be over the limiter. Oh, he's lost a lot of time anyway. Why is he coming to the pits? The ANZ Motorsports car.
I would assume 2 front right tyres. After a lock-up like that, he'll definitely need 2 front tyres.
Probably, yeah. He'll be, as Martin Grundle will say, his teeth will be falling out of his gums, I think, with the vibrations in that car.
Corey Shepherd just hanging on to the back of Ben Christensen there. These guys down in 6th and 7th position, right ahead of them. Borg and Ladder still squabbling over 5th position at the moment. Remember, Borg did come in for that slightly earlier stop, so a little bit compromised comparative to everyone else, but does have the advantage of that slightly lower fuel weight in the car too. So he's going to have to make hay while he can get ahead. He's struggling a little bit, however, with ladder behind, and right behind them too for Corey Shepherd and Clint Smith in that AOC car. For Premier Racing, we didn't see those guys out last season, and I know a lot of guys would remember Clint from GT3, where he's been very dominant over the last few seasons in that car, making a switch up to the supercar, looking pretty consistent as well.
Henry King for ANZ Motorsports, who recently came into the pits. He's down into 33rd place now, over 1 lap down on the race lead. That car that we saw going slowly earlier on, I remember who it was now. I'll try to find them later on anyway, but I think back up to racing speed again. Christiansen, is this going to be a move? Stays ahead of Premier Racing Team at the moment. North Spatzing is allowing the others as well to pull away. Jordan Ross just on their tail. Ross with more fuel certainly than Latta. Latta took a shorter pit stop that last time out. Apologies, ANZ took less fuel at that last pit stop, I believe. And now running in 7th place, 1.5 seconds behind the next cars. But now at least the 004 car having to take a breather, and we'll come back again, hopefully into snow.
Yeah, and that car that you were just alluding to there, Sam, that was the 010 with Craig Anspach behind the wheel before. He's got out of that, switched back over to Rob Bowden. They're well down the order now, 34th position for those guys. But the car back up to speed, so potentially one of their fast repairs being utilised to help them back out as well.
Over halfway into this race, we're probably expecting about 114 laps. So I said at the start, probably ranging from about 110 to 115. The track will be getting faster than now in the 2-minute twos. It's not getting a whole lot faster, to be fair. Best lap of the race was a 2-minute 1 earlier on in the event. The race leader now in the mid 2-minute twos. The others mainly in the 2-minute threes. Harley Haber, by the way, 2-minute 2, but he's had a few issues. So yeah, should be about 114 laps we're expecting for this race, but certainly keep an eye on the timer rather than the laps. Doesn't look like we're going to get all 650 kilometers in today.
Actually, something new too for this season, we haven't really spoken a lot about it. Well, actually, we haven't spoken about it at all, but with the start of the new season, some new updates too to the race formats out there for this championship. So 650s as we're doing now, we get some interesting solo 300k endurance events as well. So those will be quite enjoyable. Our normal 150s, which we saw last season, return again, and then the new one, which we actually get a look at next time out. These the 50 and 80k sprint format, those are going to be very interesting. 2-car format for both these guys. A little bit of a reduction in fuel capacity to get them through. 1 fast repair per race, so hard fast racing for all of these guys. Could see a lot of issues come out of that as well, so that'll be really keen to see how that goes. Back at the racing though, Ken Latta and Brian Borg, fifth position at the moment, still squabbling over this spot. And Latta actually really starting to apply a lot more pressure to the back of Brian Borg and the Premier Racing team.
Do we know if those 300-kilometer races are going to be worth more points than the 150s?
Give me one sec. I will double check. I think we're going to still see the same points structure through all these. Well, we could flip through here and give you an update on that, Sam.
I mean, I should have done the reading myself, and due to my illiterateness, there you go. That's a great example of the fact that I can't read. I let other people do that for me. Jacob Knight, I can read his name. He is up into 16th place as the EX3 car did get spun round earlier on at Club Corner. He's moved past Sean Thompson in the driver's seat. Oh, back comes Thompson. I don't think that was a deliberate move, and he's very almost apologetic there tonight, saying, I didn't mean it, mate. Sorry to put you offline, and Knight stays ahead in 16th.
That was a bit of an awkward one, that one. And lock up for the Mark 1 cars. As they're trying to, I would imagine, stay clear of each other, but didn't look like it with that lockup.
A start as well for Vaughan. The battle for fifth is really heightening up now. So, Brian Borg, remember, took less fuel at his last pit stop, was behind these drivers, took less fuel though, in order to get track position. But he's now kind of struggling, falling back into the clutches. Latter also has older tyres, but less fuel. So I think that pretty much counteracts one another, to be fair. So he's now losing out to Latzer just behind him. He's been sitting for a while. But now catching up to them is Ben Christensen for ANZ and Corey Shepherd for Premier Racing Team 004. Also Jordan Ross for Synergy Sim Racing. Right on their tail. Personal best first sector for Christensen on this lap for ANZ. So putting in some good times at the moment are those drivers. And Borg, they were apparently dropping back. He pitted Borg on lap 49, so he's still got a while to his pit stop. He'll be wanting to stay ahead of these drivers for as long as possible. They're now coming up to a back marker, which will be Cameron Jones, I believe, for Vipa Insight. Jones at the moment not letting them pass, and Borg as well be careful when negotiating this.
Yeah, I'll have to get by. Sorry, Dan.
No, I was say for Borg, it's going to be a very easy move down the inside there. I don't think he's going to be held up too much for the Reaper car, but that will actually help him just a fraction there. As you see that car just getting between himself and Ken Latter there. It's going to give him a little bit of a help and some breathing room over Ken, who is fighting for there in position, both those drivers. So have similar age tyres as well. So they're going to have to be careful with that, because the guys behind on 4-lap fresher tyres are going to be coming through at a rapid rate of knots, probably in the next 5 or 6 laps here.
Definitely a benefit to Brian Borg having that lap car between them. 1 or 2 more corners he didn't have to defend, but now that's a moot point because Kenneth Latter is through, and so is Ben Christensen.
Jack Boyd for Gonvade Motorsports in 10th place is also catching up to these guys very quick. The GRM Enduro car lining up in 10th. He's now 3.4 seconds behind this battle, but on that last lap was about 1.2 seconds faster than Corey Shepherd for Premier Racing Team, and about half a second faster than Brian Borg. So he'll be onto these guys, which will be good to see, because Boyd's race has very much been scuppered so far for Gonvade Motorsports. We know that he's a solid top 10 driver, but has spent the majority of the race a little bit further down than he'd like so far. So it'll be good to see him battling these drivers. I think Shepherd may have lost out to Ross on that last lap, actually. Was in 8th place, Premier Racing Team now back down into 9th. Okay. And John Ross, Synergy Sim Racing, back up into 8th himself. .4 seconds is the lead for Logitech G Outsource Esports at the moment. We haven't spoken too much about them. It was ever such a close last stint of the race when Scott was putting under big pressure from his rivals Gilliam and co. But in this stint, Meyer certainly with the pace over Worley and Freya. Also struggling to get past Worley. Let's say he was going to get past on the first couple of laps, but ever since then just dropping back to 1.4 seconds. So it seems like when it's this part of the race, when it's this combination of drivers, Logitech G Outsource Esports have the advantage, and just kind of shows the use of having 2 very evenly matched drivers. You'd be hard pushed to say that Myers is any certain Scott. I think last season Scott usually had the advantage in the Enduros, but today Myers I think has been an absolute match for Scott so far. Meanwhile, the DPR car and the Pursuit Sim Racing car, it was a slight imbalance between their two drivers, and Logitech G Autos Esports probably on the whole with the strongest driver lineup. However, if we get a safety car with 20 laps to go, then that kind of advantage, that strength and depth, kind of mutes itself. So it could still come towards the second and third place teams, but at the moment, Logitech with the advantage.
Definitely a privileged position for Logitech G Autos Esports having those two A drivers. You wouldn't say that Philip Woolley or Tom Freer themselves are not A drivers, but the gap that Brady has put on them helped with that undercut that they did get. But it's definitely a healthy margin that Brady's been able to build, and it goes to show if you've got two A drivers, they can keep driving the thing till the wheels fall off it.
Yeah, well, we did see a big gap. Obviously, that undercut certainly did help them. I wonder for the DPR car, and especially for Fusion as well, what might have been. If they all had to come through, they maybe saved that lap of squabbling, which I think really did hurt both of those two, as we saw them having a fairly ding-dong battle trying to, put the pursuit car up into what would have effectively second place. That really did ultimately cost them, because at this point in time, while it was the 3-second lap advantage they did lose, to see what Myers has done since that stop, which I remember was lap 52, so just on 11 laps now to gain a solid 4-second advantage after that stationary stop. That's a really solid effort there.
The 5th place Premier Racing Team driver is back under pressure. In fact, actually, Pursuit Sim Racing in 11th place. That's looking very good. Emerson Harvey versus Daniel Misdale. Looked as though Misdale might be getting past for a moment, but back up to 0.4 of a second, that one. Yeah, Premier Racing Team in 5th place. They opened up that gap due to the traffic up to about 1.3 seconds. It fell back down to 0.6. It's opened up again now. But there's no relief at the moment for Brian Borg. He's being kept under a lot of pressure. There he is. It opens up the gap in the middle part of this. Like maybe he's just struggling in the first part of that, because all of a sudden his gap is a whole lot more comfortable again. And that's ahead of Christiansen, Ross Shepherd, and Boyd as well. He's at the moment just matching these guys about 3.5 seconds back. Borg is slow through Stowe. That was awfully slow through there, and get back down to 3/4 of a second again, and then locks up the tyres as well.
Yeah, keep an eye on how this goes. Looks like we've also got James Scott just jumped in for a quick interview, so we might bring him up. Obviously, we saw him have that phenomenal stint early on in the race. We'll have a chat to see how everything is unfolding for them. James Scott, mate, thanks for jumping up in the commentary box. Put out a fantastic first opening, 3 stints of the race. Found yourself under a lot of pressure towards the back end, however, but the car looking very, very good at the moment.
Yeah, thanks guys. It's great to come in here mid-race. The car's feeling good. Obviously Brady put in a mega first stint. It's very hard to break the draft, as I sort of found out in that middle stint there. Car felt good, so I think it'll be coming on strong to the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw right at the conclusion, just before you came in for your final pit stop to hand over there, Adam Briggs in the DPR car closed right up there. We thought he might have potentially had an opportunity to get through at a couple of points there. Did look like you were able to hold your own with it? The tyres seemed to hold in. How did that go for you?
It was obviously a fair bit of pressure from behind there, and I knew I had Andrew as well coming up behind. He's got some pretty decent pace, so I'll have to look out for him. But the tyres were well, and I was just able to focus on my exits, and was able to stay in front of him. But I did think he maybe saved a little bit of fuel, which might hurt us a little bit near the end. But we're in a good position at the moment.
And without giving too much of the strategy away, because we want to keep it interesting for the conclusion of the race. There's still an hour and 40 to go. Are we likely to see you back in the car in the final stages of the race? And is there any sort of the strategy tips you guys might be able to share to us at all?
I'm not 100% sure exactly who's going to be finishing the race. I will have to get back in the car and do, obviously, my minimum laps. So no one goes over their maximum laps. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to play out towards the end. A safety guy could change strategy quite dramatically in the last half of the race. So we'll have to see what happens.
Fantastic, mate. Well, look, from what we're seeing so far, the Altus car looks to be in fine form, as we saw last season as well. It looks like you're going to have a little bit of competition through the championship again, which will be great to see. It makes the racing a lot more interesting and keeps everyone sort of evolving along. But before we let you go and prepare, I guess, for the next stint and maybe look to see what's coming up, is there any sponsors you'd like to give a shout out and thanks to?
Yeah, obviously all the guys at Logitech G, Altus Esports, all our great sponsors, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Moten Simulations, and obviously all the AOSC admin for giving you guys a great show, and hopefully I can come over and chat to you guys later.
Fantastic, James. Well, just so you know too, we've got a little bet on before you go. No pressure now, but I've got you guys for the win. So all the best for that, mate. And yeah, fingers crossed we get to have another chat to you at the conclusion.
The pressure's on now. I have to see if we can deliver.
That's it, buddy. All right, all the best, mate. And yeah, look forward to seeing how you guys go over the course of the race tonight.
Thanks, guys.
James Scott there for Logitech G Altus Esports, the current race leaders. And that gap continues to grow, up 8.5 seconds now. The lead that they have, maybe at a slight strategy disadvantage, as James says, maybe a lap short on fuel, but on the most part, looking very strong for them at the moment.
I'm just interested to see how Brady's going to push it when James tells him that Daniel's put the bet on them.
Yeah, and look, and that right there, that's how you lose a bet. You go out, you put the mockers on them, and you give them the hard word, and now they've got to come through. But no, look, I mean, those guys are a class act. We saw it last season early on, so we see a big lock up there from Emerson Harvey. Actually just gets that car back ahead of Misdale, so no harm, no foul, but that'll hurt the left front tyre there. But that's how you throw a bet, boys.
That's right. But let's not have a pursuit interview till they win at the end.
Well, there goes Misdale. That's a lunge. That's a very good move. DPR up into 11th, past pursuit sim racing. Emerson Harvey has been dropping down since the start of this stint, really. He's down into 12th place now, but yeah, Misdale a couple of places lower down than where he started, 11 seconds to the next car.
Don't forget too, Misdale had that drive-through penalty early in the race. That was some contact there. I think it might have been Harley Haber who we saw him getting involved with early on. So been a good recovery drive for these guys so far, working their way back up through the field.
They're sitting on about 23 incidents, so still about just under 10 to just over 10. Sorry, my math is gone. Just over 10 before they start getting penalties, so they're going to have to watch their track limits, I suppose, in the 72 car.
I sometimes think, is it worth deliberately getting yourself the drive-through before the final hour of the race? Because the worst situation you can have is you're on 33 incidents, and then you get a safety car with an hour to go. You bunch everyone up, and then you get a drive-through, because then you'll be at the back of the train. I always think sometimes it's good to deliberately get it. If it looks like you're going to get it, just to deliberately get it with about an hour of the race to go, in case there is a safety car, and then you don't have to serve it after the safety car is out. That is a risky policy, because it might put you a lap down, but it sometimes, ironically, be the best thing to do. I've seen some guys really lose out because of it in the past. These guys are now right in the traffic. By the way, the top, how many drivers are on the lead lap? So we've got the top 25 teams currently on the lead lap, but lots of traffic for the drivers to come up. I think if we have the track map, you'll see that there's pretty much no gaps on the entire circuit. It's well, there's a decent gap at Stowe though, isn't there? But on the most part, there's not a whole lot of gaps. And we've got drivers kind of scrambled all around the circuit at the moment, and so quite a few could potentially go a lap down before we get the next safety car, which won't be great for them. Jacob Knight. That was that was crazy. I think that downshift really unsettled the car there, and it was to keep hold of the machine.
That was coming out of turn 2 into 3, so that's where the car's really dancing on the front two tyres, and it looks like it was dancing on the front two tyres in this instance for Jacob Knight. He'll be trying to reel in the fishy car ahead of Blake Delaney.
Looks like his tyres have gone. I mean, he's been absolutely skating all over the circuit on this lap so far. It's really slow. Maybe just overheating them for a moment. Christian Smart, we haven't seen Christian Smart for all day, I think. A driver that we see quite a bit in the series. See Christian back in 28th place, driving for GRM Enduro. Got the fishy car just ahead in passing range, but the block from the car ahead, that's a good move there from Smart. That's a lot more grip for the 999 machine. He did have a collision earlier on under the safety car, but passed up into 27th now. Good move.
One of the problems with going defensive down there at Village is that you open up the loop and entry for the preceding driver who is on the inside for those two left-handers. So it definitely opens up the track position for your rival when blocking at that corner.
Are you a fan of this of the loop section of the couple of hairpins? Do you think they should have done a better job on it, or do you think it's as good as could be, that extra section they added to the circuit 10 years ago?
Oh, I like
Big
the
question,
pit lane.
isn't it?
The pit lane's nice.
Yeah, the pit lane's very nice. Yeah, I say that as a spectator. I mean, I've been to the circuit a couple of times, and you can't see the pit lane as a spectator on the other side because the pit lane is below the circuit. When F1 visits it, it's going to be absolutely disastrous because of course they can't go in the pit lane now, and take care of it. It's going to not be able to see anything because the pit lane's so low. You can't. It's very difficult to see the cars. So I'm not a big fan of the pit lane in hindsight.
Okay. I'm not a big fan of turn 2 or 3, but
it would have been cool if they added a couple of sweepers, wouldn't it? If they didn't have, because it doesn't quite fit in with the circuit. But in terms of racing, and particularly on sim racing, we can have some great. But it's a bit like Kota, that third sector. Now it's horrible to drive, but actually you can have some really good side-by-side action through there with the changing of direction. Let us know what you think of it on the chat. Dean Vidit getting up into, dropping a place to Fast Lane Esports. Shay Thompson coming back up. So now that we've got a Thompson and a Thompson out there, but at least they're not the same team. He's now up into 23rd.
got a question through on the YouTube chat from Glove Snaps or Slaps. I've butchered that, but the question was what are track limits? iRacing does give you certain amounts of limit on the edge of the track where you can put the wheels across, but not too far across. Otherwise, you will get a strike, and that's normally an off-track, a one-times, and too many of those, and you'll be sent packing through the pit lane to serve a bit of a penalty.
And probably the most famous track 2 on iRacing that gives you those penalties, Spa. And what do you know? on the list as well for the championship. So we've got a long way to go until we see that one, round 14. But yeah, very interesting to see how the guys will manage those incident limits.
Is that an enduro?
150 sprint race. So last season
Okay.
it was our opening event to the championship. We saw a 4-hour enduro there first time out last season, but they've shuffled it back a little bit further in the calendar. So interesting. It's going to sit between Sebring, which will be an enduro, and then Imola as an enduro as well. So a couple of good circuits either side of that as well.
Yeah, always do provide a fantastic calendar to the AOSC guys. I've only been involved for across last season and now this season. Synergy Sim Race going into the pits. The pit window is open, 45-minute stints, remember, and we've got 1.5 hours to go. So that's really pushing it. This is the earliest you could come into the pits and get to the end of the race, really. Maybe you could push it a little bit further, maybe more like 50 minutes are these stints, but certainly that is stretching it for John Ross. So he's into the pits first. Also, I believe he had quite a bit of fuel still spare. He put in plenty of fuel at his last stint, so he's come into the pits still with probably about 5 laps of fuel remaining in that car. So strange tactics there from Carl Stokes. He's into the pits. Synergy Sim Racing now dropping down. But yeah, like I was saying, the track selection are usually really good. We had Oran Park last season, which was good to see. Summit Point. It's all well and good going to kind of these big Grand Prix circuits, which can facilitate, 40 plus cars. But it's also nice to visit some less often visited circuits as well, some club circuits, because they kind of keep the drivers on their toes. It's nice to see some different scenery and some different corners from what we usually see on the Esports Network.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the next event at Alton Park for the 50-80 event is going to be fantastic. A short, tight circuit. Yeah, it's going to really present a lot of opportunities for these guys to get some passing. I expect we're going to see some big carnage as a result of that, but that'll be a fantastic one. Round 5 too, onto the Charlotte Road course, the new Charlotte Road course there with the big chicane for the guys to get through. That'll be awesome. And Daytona again, we go back there. That was a phenomenal race last time out, which I think was round 3 in the championship last season. And I mean, we saw an amazing conclusion to that one. And for the viewers that remember that one, that was a big talking point at the start of the season.
It might be a bit early to say, but I think if we see one overtake at Alton Park, I will be surprised, because that place in any car is tricky to overtake. In these cars, it will be near on impossible. So best of luck to the drivers. If we see a few overtakes in that, then that will be quite incredible, because that is one of the most tricky to overtake circuits on all of iRacing. Such as kind of tightness of the corner entries and the tyre walls as well that you've got on the inside of the apexes. There should be a very good challenge for the drivers. And a couple of different layouts as well. I think we're using the island layout and also the full layout as well for each of the races.
Which is definitely going to take it up.
So, what were you going to say, Don?
I was going to say, having different layouts on the same race night is definitely going to shake it up for our competitors, not knowing where to turn, left or right.
And that Alton Park gets really tricky. I think the island layout, I think that's the one with the right-hand hairpin. And so you either go into a sweeping left or incredibly slow right. And I have heard of drivers forgetting that they're going into the hairpin and having to avoid a few cars as they slow down. So no, that's hopefully the drivers will be clued up. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to that. This is a fantastic race so far. Hopefully you've been enjoying it at home. But next week, certainly tune in for that one. Will be about an hour later than tonight's race. But will be a little bit shorter, 100 or 50 and 80 kilometer races. Should probably be about a 2-hour broadcast. Hopefully you'll tune in for that one. We've got Philip Worley for DPR Racing and Thomas Hinds for RA2, not the RA2 Racing, the other team, coming in as well in 4th position. Tom Freer, meanwhile, staying out for Pursuit Sim Racing. I don't think he's made a mistake. He's in 12th place. Sorry, in second place. Oh wow, that was what happened to Philip Worley.
Yeah, there was some contact. That was one of the KRF cars rotated down through turn 3 there. So unfortunate to get involved in that. That also let Tom Freer get that move done. So he now jumps himself up the order for Briggs. I think there's going to definitely be some steering issues on that car. So potentially one of the fast repairs going to be utilised in that stop. We'll get a good view of that if the car comes out pristine on the front end. Again, we know how dirty it was earlier on. So keep an eye on that. Further back, a few of the shoot cars slowly closing up. Emerson Harvey, he's got Daniel Misdale and Harley Haber just ahead of him, with the team manager Montelli Ančić just closing in bottom of frame there. So this is going to turn into an interesting 4-car battle, probably within the next lap and a half, I'd say.
So the leader of the drivers who have come into the pits is currently Thomas Hinz. Is it Thomas Hinz? No, it's not. Apologies. It's Adam Briggs for DPI Racing, the leader driver who has come into the pits 4 times, and he is currently running in 13th position. And in some clean air as well is Briggs. So we'll see what lap times he can put in. We're expecting the race leader in about 5 laps time, we're thinking. But it could be sooner than that, depending on whether or not you want some fresh tyres on that car.
It looks like too the 73 did take one of their fast repairs in the handoff to Briggs there, so the front back to be pristine as we saw at the start of the race there. So definitely some steering damage as a result of that. A little bit of contact with the KRF car, flashing the lights, trying to warn those slower drivers he is coming through, and very quick through the chicane section there. He's going to get a nice run down the hanger straight and should easily dispatch of, I believe it's one of the Reaper cars with Jones drivers on it. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue there. A few more guys also in the lane. A couple of the Premier Sim Racing teams, United Sim Sports in the lane, DPR as well. So a lot of guys coming through for their respective stops now as well.
Watch out for the Premier Racing team, the 017 car. They pitted on the same lap, or they've come in at the same time as Corey Shepherd in the other Premier Racing team car. I'm just wondering because I think McMahon's going to have to take more fuel here potentially. That might just mean that the order changes. Thomas Hinz already passed, so he'll stay in 4th place. McMullen taking quite a bit of fuel there. 43.8 seconds, much longer pit stop than last time. And is Shepherd ahead? Shepherd is just ahead. So I thought it was going to be close. And that is how close it was. He's just about he's just about got ahead there. So that is a change between the Premier Racing team cars. And Chris Barnes now as well for Reaper Sim Racing. He's not battling with these guys. Sorry, for Tanks SRT. He's not battling with these guys. He's yet to come into the pits, but he's lost them a lot of time and nearly spins as well into them.
Yeah, it gets a big wiggle on corner exit there. Lucky not to have hit either of those 2 cars. But McMullen now, having taken over from Borg, closing in quick on his teammate there, Corey Shepherd, just ahead. I don't think we'll see too much of an issue between those 2. That'll be a quick change of position there. Ken Latta jumps in the lane from 3rd position as well. Our 2 current race leaders, though, Myers and Freer, continuing on for at least another lap here, and they're definitely coming in towards the bottom end of their window. About 22 laps down so far for Brodie Mayers, so we should see them anytime soon now for their next stop.
Stokes, by the way, for Synergy Sim Racing, clear of both Premier Racing team cars. That's quite big for them. There he is. He is 8.5 seconds clear. Did take less fuel, did Stokes, to be fair, and pitted earlier, so we'll have older tyres. But that Synergy Sim Racing car was behind Premier Racing Team, or behind the 017 car at least, but by taking much less fuel, he's now ahead. So keep an eye on that gap. because I think Stokes will fall back into their clutches later on. But for now, he does have check position. Here comes Bradley Vaughan. He's battling with his teammate at the moment.
Not too much of a bad move there. Right behind too, we just caught a quick glimpse of the race leader coming into the back of shot here. Actually looks like he has dropped in the lane. Oh, he's trying to get compromised massively there from Stephen Varga, one car there, really late on the brakes. So that's going to cost them a few tenths of a second as they funnel through the lane. Interesting, we don't see the pit limiter on. That was a contentious scenario from the Supercars E-Series as well, where drivers electing not to run that. So don't see anything in the rule book around it, but certainly something to have a look at. Here's the entrance into the lane though, and didn't hurt Myers as much as we thought it was, but for Varga, very late coming to a stop in that car. James Scott now back behind the wheels, taking over from Brody Mayers.
Bit risky there from Myers, without knowing the pit limiter, considering that he had a 15-second lead. Didn't need to quite run that close. I thought he might even clip the wall as well. It's quite a narrow pit lane we have here at Silverstone. Jack Boyd for Gone Rogue Motorsports into the lead now, yet to come into the pit. The cars haven't actually gone as far as I thought, so they've only gone 21 laps, I think. No, 22 laps, sorry. They've gone 22 laps. Have the majority of these guys, I think. When I thought they'd be able to go 24 or 25 perhaps. So the pit window is actually a little bit smaller than we thought, but everyone will still have to make one more pit stop to get to the end of the race, and expect that to take place in about 45 minutes time.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up because I think a lot of these guys are back timing the race now in working out their final strategies to bring them home. Track temperature still continuing to plummet here, now down to 21 degrees. So offering up a lot of grip for these cars. We're seeing a lot more drivers now dropping back into the 202 range, where earlier on, only a couple of stints ago, we were really struggling to see anyone other than the top three getting into that realm of a lap time. So all starting to come to these guys with the added lap pace. So they're going to have to be careful though, because that will increase fuel consumption in these cars.
Yeah, track pretty much at a perfect time. They call this happy hour, don't they, in endurance racing quite often. Either in the evening or probably more commonly just in the morning when the track temperature is at its absolute perfect. Cars can go really quick. Josh Morgan battling with one of the pursuit cars. This is Michael Taliancic, a driver who did get podiums in these endurance last season. He's only got a podium at Montreal, and driving like that's not going to get you a podium. It might get you a penalty. However, I don't think that'll be worth it, seeing that he didn't gain a place. But Josh Morgan frustrating him considerably at the moment. Taliancic has already pitted, so Morgan is yet to pit, and that's why Taliancic is getting annoying. They're not in the same race, but they are battling one another. There's no obligation for Morgan to let him pass, and so there's kind of no need for him to slow down and let Taliancic pass, but it's badly affecting the 777. Sim racing car Casey Mann also coming into the pits. I don't think it was Mann in that car before, but now it is at least. So Sean Linsall, he is still behind. Oh, what's happened to McMullen? Something about to happen to McMullen? That's alright, sorry. Just a glitch across the line. McMullen 5 seconds ahead. Kobe Jones for ANZ Motorsports got on his tail. Didn't go for it. And who is that on the scene as well? That was a backmarker, I believe, just behind that. There might be an opportunity here for Jones to go for the inside line. Both these guys on the same stretch, pitted a lap difference from one another. So this is well and truly for position. These guys, remember, were battling for P5 earlier on in the race. Certainly Lindsay was. But it's just dropping off the back of that battle now. They might have more fuel on board, but it's looking unlikely that they're going to be able to make much of a challenge at the moment. 1 minute off the lead. And for now, Lindsay just about staying ahead. The 999 car is behind them, which has had pretty good pace so far in this race. Christian Smart, but unfortunately a few too many issues for Smart, hence why they're a lap down on these drivers.
Yeah, a little bit. We saw Smart having that issue earlier on, so they've got a lot of work to do there. Noticing though, a lot of drivers or a lot of teams have elected to take at least one of their fast repairs at the mid-race portion. A lot of the cars looking very, very nice. Back on track, Sim Racing 2 car in the lane as well. So keep an eye on where they funnel themselves back out into the race. But Linsell now going to have to go very defensive. He's potentially going to lose this to Kobe Jones down the inside. Almost a touch of contact as they sweep through. But Jones in the ANZ car gets that one done. Will we see a return serve down in the braking zone? They run it very, very wide and not able to get that move done. Although big lock-up and a bit of compromise on the exit's not going to help their cause there for Kobe Jones. He's going to have a little bit of a mark on that tyre, which might ultimately slow the pace just a few tenths of a second there. But for Linsell, not able to capitalise on that small mistake.
Andrew Gilliam at the fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 1.7. Should be noted that that is only 1/10 of a second faster than James Scott, who is the effective race leader. But Gilliam still putting in some strong times. Personal best final sector as well was involved in that one. Scott took, for Logitech G Altitude Force, they took 42 seconds worth of fuel. DPR Racing took 35 seconds, and Pursuit took 40 seconds. So DPR, I think, effectively are behind Pursuit. Remember, Pursuit were ahead before the pit stops. And with the lack of fuel that DPR took, almost certainly Pursuit will jump them come the pit stops later on. So you can almost switch those two rounds because the extra fuel that they'll have to take will almost certainly drop them behind. Also, Thomas Hinds in Zuba Racing Team, only 5 seconds behind. He didn't take a whole lot of fuel either. He only took 36 seconds worth of fuel. But he has got marginally closer for the past stint, and also have been very underrated so far. Zuba Racing Team driving an excellent race.
It's been a really solid run for these guys. I don't think any of us actually picked them up in the tips early on at the start of the race, but they've been kind of thereabouts under the radar, and probably a little bit silly on our part to have not given them a nod earlier on, but really solid racing. Thomas Hinds very, very quick in these cars, as we've seen over the previous season, so very evenly matched. Damien Johnson too did jump in the lane for their fourth stop, as we see that car coming back out underway, which has returned the lead of the race back over to the hands of James Scott. Adam Briggs still behind, and for Myers there, the stint that he put in has really given the Altus car a phenomenal advantage at the moment. The gap now out to 12.3 seconds, which if we remember prior to the last stop had come down to absolutely nothing, 0.2 of a second at best. So really solid effort there for Myers on that stint.
That's an interesting strategy actually from GRM. So they're pretty much the only team to do a full stint there. Everyone else pitted after about 20 laps, whereas I think Johnston managed to get 25 laps out of that. So that's a different strategy from them. Might work out for them later on. They'll have a shorter pit stop later on, and they'll be able to maybe run the rest of this race with slightly less fuel and should have 2 short stints. Although Johnston's put a lot of fuel in that car again, so he's got 44 seconds worth of fuel, so he'll go for another full stint it seems. So it'll pretty much be a splash and dash for about 10 laps in order to get him to the end of the race. So the GRM Enduro car going for a different strategy. It's not the strategy I would go for. I would rather even out the 3 stints. they're going to go for 2 long stints and 1 short stint, however. But let's see how it works out. They've got 5 seconds now to catch up to EXG up the road.
I actually think that's not a bad idea, actually. Doing it the way they've done it, it sets them up for a really solid run to close this out. A little less weight in the car, nice fresh tyres on it, and that's kind of what every driver wants for the optimum scenario. We did see Johnston, though, just with a minor wiggle mid-corner there before, so trying to get those tyres back up to temp as quick as possible. But looks to have got the car working well now through those slower complexes to finish out the lap. And he will now turn his attention forward. He's got Sean Linsell 3.5 seconds up the road, and that'll be the next opportunity now to get back up inside the top 10.
I wonder, Scott, if we could get the pit graphic up. Maybe in a moment when we feature, when we're focusing on the front runners. Or we could even put it up now, I guess, to see what these guys further down the order have gone for pit stops, because yeah, might be able to see that in a moment. But yeah, Rob Harris currently for KRF, just on the tail of Michael Whiting for Fishy Motorsports, 24 to 23.
Harris actually a little further down than where we've seen him over the course of the night, looking to try and get that move done on Whiting, who we actually saw having a moment himself a few laps ago. But these two both well down the road. I remember earlier on we saw Jamie McKnight back involved in this when he was trying to bring the United Sim Sports car back up through the field after those earlier issues that team suffered. But for these guys, a lot of work still left to do, and they'll push on as much as possible. A little bit of lap traffic for them to start contending with as well. To see the 230 that is currently got Ben Blease, the Challenger Garage car, just staying to the side, trying to let these guys through as early as possible. Still continuing on. Rob just a fraction quicker last time by, 2:05.07 versus 2:05.5 for Whiting there. So KRF are marginally quicker in the traffic, just not able to get that move done, unfortunately, for him there. But they will continue on further up the field, though. It looks like it's McMullen and Stokes still going. A race leader, James Scott, continuing to extend the gap now, out over 13 seconds to Adam Briggs behind. Gilliam starting to come back, however, at third position. And we just heard word too, a car has blown an engine out on track, so potential that gap is going to evaporate very, very quickly.
Is it James Stewart, potentially? No, that's hopelessly wrong. Sorry. Trying to look for stationary cars. Oh, there you go.
Kobe Jones.
Oh no, they'll remember Jones for ANZ. They're in that big battle for 5th place earlier on. Maybe that had gone away from them, but still a top 8, certainly a top 10 was on the cards. And it is another blown engine. It's the 3rd we've seen. And once again, into a corner entry, we'll get an onboard replay of Steve if he maybe downshifted a bit too early.
I don't think he's downshifted early at all, just expiring on the way in through, where's that, turn 1 there. So that's a weird spot for those that engine to blow there. Was able to get it well off the circuit as well, so I don't think we're going to see a safety car at this point either. Race control haven't deemed it necessary.
He has to take back. Well, he will be able to get back out on side. He should score some points. He should check the flag, but that'll lose him probably a couple of laps. And he was a long way away from the pits, wasn't he? So maybe even upwards of 3 laps. He'll lose that. Corey Shepherd, he looks like a bit of a... Oh dear, I'm trying to think of a good sheep pun at the moment. Anyway, he's making his way past the traffic. Oh dear, I can't even think of one at the moment. Stand by. Mullen McMullen, anyway, the
leading
Premier
his
Racing team. So what's that?
Leading his flock.
Oh, nice one. Congrats.
Thank you.
Exceptional that. That's superb. Let's see if he's going to be sheepish in this battle.
Oh, that's terrible.
We've got a season of this to come.
This is only
Anyway.
round one, everyone. Round one.
Half a second clear of Mullen McMullen. They're quite clear as well of the others. They are teammates. I just realised that they are teammates. Premier Racing team. They evenly match these two teams. Last season we kind of saw. I think we only saw one Premier Racing team last season. I don't think Shepherd was driving for the team. Last season we saw McMullen and Borg race out there, who really did exceptionally well in the endurance rounds. They were never the fastest, but they always managed to. I think they finished in the top 10 every single one, and I think snuck a podium as well at Barcelona. Good to see they've got a couple of new recruits and a couple of new recruits which are very evenly matched to them.
Yeah, really good expansion for that team. I mean, between Borg and McMullen, especially even in the Enduros, they're very quick in those cars, and having some additional competition in the form of Shepherd and their teammate. That's terrible on my part. Clint Smith, they're going to be a very formidable team. So, yeah, had the mind blank, had too many of the bad sheep jokes in the mind, but getting back on with the story here, no, they're doing very, very good for Premier Racing. It's a fantastic start to the season for them.
It's always a good thing when a team can expand and they can add more talent to their pool. Always gives them more incentive. When your teammate's driving faster than you, that's the first person you want to beat in any series. So it's good for the teams to grow and good for them to get more talent into this packed AOSC field, which is full of talent.
Sure, it's going to help Shepherd shave a couple of tenths off his times.
That got the applause it deserved.
Stunned silence. So away from that, in seconds, if anyone's watching the live timing, link in the description, of course, do click on it. It lets you know the differences between the times, the gaps between all the teams and the drivers. It's a lot of white at the moment, which indicates that the gap between the drivers is more than 1 second. You can see it on the timing tower as well. Very little red, very little yellow as well. It's one of the few bits of yellow. Mach 1 Esports, I call them Mach 1 Esports. Oh, well, yeah, they're Mach 1 Esports yellow on the screen. They are battling with Shay Thompson of Fastlane Esports. On that last lap, Thompson, about 0.3 of a second fast, and also setting his personal best first sector of the race. It's only a couple of corners, but still, as Ian Bird drives it in too deep, and that's going to put him under a lot of pressure going onto the Wellington straight, wide into 3. Costs your line through 4, and that really does affect your pace all the way down to the next big braking area. But at least Bird for now has got that half a second buffer.
Yeah, he got lucky there. He was able to get a nice drive out of the loop section there and retain that spot. I thought he might have come undone with that big lockup that we saw down into 2 there, but he was able to hold it off. Shay Thompson, though, starting to get a few little flickers. The internet connection might be starting to suffer there, so fingers crossed that holds with him and he's able to stay in that one. But that gap now starting to extend back out to, where are we now, 0.4 of a second.
Also Michael Whiting and Rob Harris battling for 21st and 22nd place. We're just reaching the 3rd or the 4th hour of this race. Oh, safety car apparently. Well, that's good timing. As Logitech G Altitude got straight away into the pits. That's big that they came into the pits when they did, because there's Hulsa coming out of the pits, and if they hadn't have come into the pits there, Logitech, then they would have been in big trouble. However, if you pit now, you'll still have to do another pit stop. You won't get to the end of the race. We've got an hour to go. The fuel will go a maximum of 50 minutes. And so pitting now will still mean you'll have another pit stop to go. So I'm surprised if everyone comes in here, but it will get you a free set of tyres. It will mean that you'll have a shorter stop for the for your final stint. And it does seem like it's a consensus to come into the pit at the moment. No one's staying out.
It's a free. It's sorry, Dan.
No, go ahead, mate. By all means.
No, I was going to say it's a free pit stop, and anyone would be foolish not to take it. But there is some track position to be gained on the race leaders who have box. So if you're a lap down or you want to get back on that lead lap, it's fantastic to accelerate past the pit lane and get your lap back and get back on the end of the train.
Yeah, definitely. And we'd already seen up until position 18 had already at least gone one lap down over the course of that race. So a lot of opportunity for those guys to bring themselves back into it. They then can come back around and get that stop done. But I think, as you say, no, it'd be rather silly to say out there, yes, they've done 15 minutes. It's going to be a short stop to whack on some new tyres and just top it up. But as Sam alluded to, we're definitely going to have to see all these guys come back down. But then the third piece of the puzzle, it is another stop, fresh set of tyres, and a short fill on those fuel, which is going to lead to a phenomenal finish to this race.
And another piece of the puzzle, the gap at the front is gone.
And everyone stayed in the cars. I don't think they can change drivers now to the end, can they? Because the pit stop later on is going to be so short, they're only going to need probably 10 seconds of fuel later on. So, and a change of driver, I think, is 14 seconds. So I think the drivers that we've got in the car now are going to finish the race because you can't afford to be losing 4 seconds by switching drivers at your last stop.
Yeah, definitely. But the interesting thing here, as we see the cars just forming back up behind the safety car, look who has now found his way up into second position. Andrew Gilliam, as a result of that stop, slightly quicker time, actually a 19.3 second stationary compared to Briggs there of a 25 flat, has actually brought that car now up into second. And will he be the man now to dethrone James Scott and maybe stick a different car up to the lead of this race under green flag conditions, which unfortunately we didn't see Briggs get a chance, or he came very, very close to being able to do it, just not quite close enough to do it. Could this be Gilliam's moment?
Quietly, I'm going to say yes.
I can't. Who did I put as win? Oh, I think I had the retired pursuit car, didn't I? To win, so I'm out. I'm gone.
Round one's off to a cracking start for you, Sam.
Absolutely. Well, at least the sheep puns were good. You know, that was the highlight of the broadcast. A few wave rounds being given to drivers. So the drivers who were one lap down, who were in the midst of the drivers who aren't one lap down, they all get told, drive round and join onto the back of the train, which is good news for them. They'll take back a lap then, I believe. Only problem with that is when they overtake the pace car and then they pit again and then they're back behind the pace car again. But hopefully no one does that. That would be annoying. Hence why the pit lane is often closed in American sports cars, I believe. Just so it's a little bit easier for the admins to control. But everyone coming into the pits already, and the pace car will probably lead us away for one more lap. I imagine it's going very slowly at the moment, so everyone should be able to get back into the train in time. And so we'll have about 52 minutes, 52-minute sprint to the end of the race. Also, someone who had really worked out for that stop was Carl Stokes for CNG Sim Racing. He put less fuel in his car on the previous stop, and despite having to put a few extra seconds of fuel in on the last stop, he's maintained in 5th place. So Stokes, in the last kind of half an hour of racing, has been able to get himself from 8th place up into 5th place. the CNG Sim Racing. So that's really good for him. Also, Marlon McMullen for Premier Racing Team up into 6th place. Damien Johnston for Gone Rogue Motorsports up into 7th. So that's all good for them. Clint Shane Smith, strangely, with a 32-second stop, he's down into 9th. I think they changed drivers, did Clint Shane Smith. So the 004 Premier Racing Team car has dropped down into 9th place from 7th place that they were because they changed driver. I believe that was a 4th stop because they had to they were going to exceed the maximum driver time, I believe. So that's a couple of the little changes that have happened during this pace car, but now it's just going to be it's going to be as if it's a 150-kilometer race to be honest, and just a sprint race to the end.
So the maximum driver. Just going to quickly say the maximum driver lapsed is 83.
So I think they would have been right on the limit then. I think with Premier Racing Team if they hadn't have put Smith in the car.
Safety car will be in this lap as well. So still quite a few guys forming up to the back of the train at the moment. We're seeing position 29 just working its way through turn 2, so they should close up momentarily here. But this will set us off for a great start to finish out. 55 minutes left on the clock at this point in time, and no gaps between anyone. It'll be really exciting to see how this plays out.
I'm going to throw in a curveball here. Could you get to the end of the race without stopping?
No.
Okay. I'll take all the spin off that ball and throw it in the bin. Really, you don't, because you would need to go. We're going to have 52 minutes, aren't we? You'd need to go 27 laps. We've seen 24 lap stints before. Why can't you do those extra 3 laps?
I think with let's knock this one out for 6, Sam, because we know you love a good one, right? And let's go from there. But I think, look, with the pace that the cars are running and the pressure that is being applied through all these guys, as you say, we're now in the realms of a 150 race to do it, and it's been a sprint race throughout the 4 hours, which it always is in these cars. But to come down to the conclusion here, the track temp continuing to drop. Where we looked at it before, it was 21 degrees. I believe it's now a little bit cooler as well. So the temp's up. The pressure's on now that we've got no gaps between anyone. We dropped the 1 degree there. Everyone is fighting for that opportunity to get on top and take the lead of this race away. So we're going to be flat out for these guys trying to get through the 24 laps. Don't forget, now we've got a lot of different strategies with what the guys have refilled these cars to as well.
So, James Scott, he will once again lead us away. We've had 3 pace cars in this race, and Tech have led after each one of them. Scott's so good on the opening lap, but he's got a challenge behind him. Pursuit Sim Racing. Andrew Gilliam, who did have the pace on him earlier on in this race. What type of pressure can he put on? What can Briggs do in 3rd? What can Loxton do for 4th? Could it be a debut win or first win for Zuba Racing Team? Scott holds on much longer this time. However, he's almost caught Gilliam slightly by surprise there, and he has already opened up a small amount of a gap. We're back racing with 51.5 minutes to go at this Silverstone circuit, round 1 of season 9 of the AOSC Super Series. We've got 3 wide down into turn 1. I think they managed to sort themselves out. Scott runs a little bit deep, perhaps into turn 3. Meanwhile, Gilliam holds off Briggs, who was looking very racy. Further down the order, there's a lot of separation between the drivers, particularly between Talianchich and Stovald in 15th and 16th places. Already quite a divide. Oh, I think we had a spinner behind. Jet Bennett for EXG Motorsports lost a place, and he may lose a couple more places. I thought we had a massive slide there. I'm not quite sure if it did turn out to be a spin or not. Also, so we've got another driver off, I think, at Brooklands in the middle of the circuit as well now. That is Casey Mann for Pursuit Sim Racing, and apparently we've got a safety car as well, and the drivers will have to reform again.
Yeah, I think we might have also seen the United Sim Sports car involved in that one potentially for Casey Mann. We'll see if we can. Jump back to that, and Yeah, long way back. Actually, it's one of the Fishy Motorsport cars involved in that, so apologies to
Oh,
the United driver there. And then, unfortunately for Casey, just gets cleaned up by the team car as they work their way through. So, not a great run there, but certainly firing it down the inside against the Fishy Motorsports car.
That was David Coleman there. That's the battle for the 11th place, I believe.
that wasn't a good catch.
Oh,
And that's not a great spot either on the circuit to be stuck in a sideways position. It's all 90 degrees. For a lot of these drivers, once you're locked into that turn, you've got not a lot of play to get that car back around. So doesn't look like we're going to get the safety car at the moment. Everyone's got back underway. But for James Scott, probably it was the ideal start. He was fortunate enough to get a good jump. A little bit of battling between Gilliam and Briggs gave him that little bit of breathing room that he needed, and they got away quite nicely. Kyle Stokes in the back, considering a look at Brett Loxton as well, not able to get that move done. But we've also got McMullen, Johnston, Linsell, Smith working his way back after that slightly longer pit stop as well.
Gillingham running away with James Scott here, so that battle will intensify over the next couple of laps, I'm pretty sure.
Zuba Racing, Brett Loxton probably quite annoyed with that pace car. Whilst it's given them a better chance at a podium, it's also put them into the clutches of many fast drivers behind, probably the main one of which is Carl Stokes there for CNG Sim Racing. But they need to keep their eyes forward. They don't want to battle too much and invite others. They want to keep up a good pace, and if the CNG car does get past, then they've just got to concede, to be honest, but they are still only 2.7 seconds off the lead. Scott is under big pressure already from Gilliam. Gap was pretty large initially, but Gilliam with the fastest first sector of anyone on this lap already. Stovall, who was had a very poor restart, quite a gap initially. He's just got past Michael Whiting, I believe. Oh, sorry, he's battling with Jet Bennett. He had quite a big slide, I believe, going on to the Wellington Straight through Village on the previous lap. Out in the lead, Gilliam, 0.3 of a second behind, fastest third sector as well for Gilliam. This could be the fastest lap of the race, potentially. He's been faster than Scott in all but one of the sectors so far. Should be a 2-minute one, I imagine. Is it the fastest lap of the race? Apparently it's not. Well, apparently it's not. He picks up a 1x, so it's not the fastest lap of the race. Adam Briggs sets the fastest lap of the race. A 2-minute 1.56, despite Scott and Gilliam going faster. They did pick up incidents on that turn. And so this is the fastest that these drivers have been all race on the track. It's at its coolest. And this is where you really need to be delivering your absolute best.
Yeah, it's a really solid hustle on early on to get those tyres back up to the operating pressures that we're seeing. The gap for these three, still only 1.5 seconds for our top three. They have managed to extend a healthy margin now over fourth position in Brett Loxton, Kyle Stokes continuing their battle a little further down. But interesting to see Gilliam hasn't been able to do what we thought he might have and get that move done early on. He's kind of fallen into this little bit of a spot where we saw Adam Briggs in the same spot. He can get the gap down and get into position for an opportunity to have a run, but just runs out of road to be able to complete that pass and the move. So be interesting over the next few laps if he can get in behind James Scott here. Is he able to get something done? He's trying some alternate lines through the S's there. It's not really going to work for him on the initial part, but he does continue to bring that gap
look
down.
at Stokes. Sorry to interrupt you there, Daniel, but it looked like Stokes was almost past through Chapel, and he is almost past as well. Went for an absolute magic. I thought we were on for the move of the season potentially when he went wide through Beckett's and then got the inside for Chapel. He's now got the inside for Stowe as well. And Carl Stokes, who was almost outside the top 10 earlier on, dropping down the order with CNG Sim Racing. He's almost passed, but fighting back is Zuba Racing, and Loxton keeps him at bay. But round the outside for Ross. He has the inside for the next part of the corner, and that should be it now. has the better line and has to back out of it, does Zuba Racing. That's not going to be the end of this battle. Look at McMullen, who has a look down into turn 1. Now going to have to go mega defensive, I think, will synergy going into turn 3. However, he's pulled a slight gap through Abbey. It's a wider line for Zuba, should have a better exit. Look at the train of cars as well behind these guys. It goes back to Harley Haber. Remember him? United Esports running in 11th place. But that was good defense by the 143, and now he can set his sights on the race leaders. However, he's now 5 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, that's a really good recovery there for Haber. Now down in that 11th spot. Oh, big move down the inside. That was Andrew Dyson firing it up the inside of Clint Smith there and gets that move done for 8th position. So the guy, all the gloves are off and everyone's having a solid crack here. For Stokes, though, getting that move done up into 4th position was really beneficial. He's been able to gain a little bit of an advantage. And here comes Haber in the United car, looking to go too wide, maybe down the inside here. Oh, almost getting it through. He just had to pull the nose of that car back in just a fraction there to avoid spinning Clint Smith there, and that could have been really awkward for both of those guys involved.
Oh, that's a big move from Haber. Down the inside into Chapel, there's contact, and he gets past. I don't think Smith will be happy with that. We saw Haber try to go for that move earlier on, it didn't work out. He's made a lot of enemies for himself already as Harley Haber tonight. To be fair, a lot of them fair moves, but the vast majority very hard moves there. Haber up into 10th place, and don't rule him out for a top 4 because he is exceptionally quick.
Battle for the lead still raging on. The gap continuing to come down 0.2 of a second between Gillingham and Scott as Scott backs the Altus car in through turn 1, gets a big slide on as they run up to 3. He's going to go a little bit more defensive, actually sticks to the racing line. So a bold move there just to show the confidence in that car, holding Gillingham off but maintaining good lap speed at the moment. Briggs has dropped back just a fraction more, the gap down to 1.2 from Gillingham in 2nd place there, so falling back just a touch, but maybe trying to save those tyres a little bit for later on.
Only a tenth of a second slower that time for Briggs. I think that's that's potentially what this stint might be for Briggs, where all he's got to do is just try to reduce that loss to 1 or 2 tenths of a second per lap. I don't think he's quite got the pace of these 2 leading drivers. They're probably the 2 best drivers in the league. I think maybe Haber as well, perhaps in there as well in terms of the favourites for the championship. But Scott and Gilliam are exceptional drivers. Briggs, if he can stay anywhere near them and at least consolidate that podium, that would still be a brilliant result for him. 3 tenths of a second into Maggots and Beckett's. Remember, one more pit stop we're expecting for these drivers. They should be able to leave it until about 10 laps to go in this race. Or they could decide to come into the pits earlier on. Oh, slow down for Gilliam. Slow down for Gilliam. And once again, it's a Pursuit Sim Racing car in 2nd place, picking up a slowdown. We saw it with their teammates earlier on in the event, and it's happened again. And that is a massive and unusual mistake there from Andrew Gilliam to pick up a slowdown, and it's dropped him now over 3 seconds off the lead and down into 3rd place.
And it's actually going to start bringing to Kyle Stokes back into contention as well. The gap to Stokes now down to 2.6 seconds as a result of that. So a lot of work now for Gillingham to do. To see the battling still going on at the back here. Dyson and Haber getting amongst it as they work their way across the line to complete another lap. Lap 91 now in the books. And Haber now moving forward. He's got Linsell just ahead of him. And then Gone Rogue Motorsport car in the hands of Damien Johnston, 2 spots ahead now.
Bennett's just come into the pits. He didn't pit under the safety car, I believe. So he's now come in for his 4th pit stop. Apparently, it must be his 5th. I don't know. We'll see. Now takes over to 5th pit stop for him. He didn't pit under the last pace car. That will be his last pit stop. But he will be stationary for a while, so that will drop him from 15th that he was before. I think by the end of the race, he'll probably be outside the top 20.
That is also a driver change for that car. Jacob Knight getting back behind the wheel. This is the first of our stoppers now that can get home from here as well. So 45 minutes still 40 minutes left on the clock here. That's a full tank of juice for these guys. So keep an eye on them later on to see how that unfolds for them. They'll definitely find their way further back up the field.
Just checking in with the YouTube chat, and Sam, you're getting a bit of love from ANZ Motorsport. They reckon that you could have made it from the safety car home. So Ben's giving us the hot tip there. If their car hadn't have expired, that's what they would be doing.
It's quite incredible how ANZ just telling all the teams as well that's their strategy. To be fair, the other teams can't do anything about it from this point. How are ANZ doing? What position are
Their
they?
engine expired a while ago.
Oh, right, okay.
So it would have been a good strategy.
Yeah. Oh,
Well,
it's no one
They are
else.
back in
No
it.
one else is going to do it then, are they? No one's going to do it.
well, they are back in. They were able to get the car back out. Kobe Jones now again back behind the wheel, who we saw have that issue earlier on. So they will be able to still classify as a finisher, which is good to see. And it's all points in the bag for the long championship ahead for them as well. So got to get those points in where you can. If it's not up towards the front, it's still points nonetheless.
That's true. We've got to make points, and we're only at round 1, so the points you can put in the bag here are going to help you when we get towards the back end of the championship.
If Kobe Jones is going to the end of the race, which I doubt he is, a 2-minute 3, I think he's going to have to save more fuel than that. Jones will actually have a fun race, I think, to the end of the event. He did pit actually 2 laps later as well, did Jones. I think he pitted later on after the pace car. Meanwhile, Carrier Motorsports, Hayden Bells, he is ahead of Christian Smart, but Smart is going to have a very good chance of coming back down the Wellington Straight. You might want the outside into Luffield to get into Brooklands to get the inside for Luffield, and that looks as though that's what Beld has done. That's defensive work there. Lead is closing up. 1 second now. Adam Briggs, he's not good enough, I said. Adam Briggs, he won't be able to keep up, I said. He's proving me wrong now. 1 second behind. He's taken quarter of a second out of the race either that last tour.
Yeah, this is similar to what we saw about 2.5 stints ago with Briggs closing that gap back down to our race leader. So they're coming back into a shot. Gilliam's been able to recover after that slowdown penalty they received 2 laps ago. And he's stabilised that position, actually extending now from Kyle Stokes, who was coming at him in 4th. Brett Loxton in the lane for their final stop now, which is a little bit earlier probably than what we would have thought, but a good opportunity to get some new tyres on the car, utilise them now and claw their way up, maybe even sneak a 5th position if possible.
Everyone's pit stops to the end of the race should be the same length, remember? We expect everyone to take tyres. Might see a couple of drivers not take tyres if they really stretch it out, but I doubt that would be worth it. You may as well take them because they only take 14 seconds, I believe, and everyone's going to need at least 10 seconds of fuel. In fact, actually, how much fuel are they taking? Loxton, yeah, 10.13. Jeez, I got that right, didn't I? I got that something so right before. 10.13 seconds for Loxton. So if they take tyres, okay, so maybe he didn't take tyres. Surely he didn't take tyres then, because tyres take 14 seconds, don't they?
Yeah, but they do them at the same time, so it wouldn't have mattered how long it took.
But surely a pit stop's got to be at least 14 seconds because you take tyres, or do the tyres take less than 14 seconds?
Guess it depends on what you do, because I mean these guys could run those alternate strategies. If you just change the working side of the car, so the left-hand side, you are going to save a little bit of time. It might compromise it later on, especially if you get some lockups in some of the off-weighted corners there, but it will save them those little bit of track position and time if needed. Further back, Robin Kirk getting amongst it. He's got Michael Whiting just ahead of him. Shea Thompson for Fastlane Eastwood right behind them, and they are finding themselves currently down in that 15th position, just ahead of Michael, who's leading this little group, is his teammate David Coleman as well. and not the first time we've seen those two cars close together on circuit either.
Synergy Sim Racing into the pits. I like that strategy from Synergy Sim Racing. It rolls the dice a bit because they're going to be strong now. Should they take tyres, they'll be really good with those fresh tyres and might even be able to challenge the podium sitters. Might force the top three to have to come into the pits a bit early, because if Stokes puts in some strong times and fresh air, then he might be able to get somewhat close to them with the pit stop lead. However, there's a lot of cars that he's going to have to overtake. A lot of cars. There's no gap. There's no gap for these guys to come back out into. So he's going to have a lot of cars to overtake. Will Stokes to the end of the race.
Harley Haber now closing up on the back of Damien Johnston. Battle for 5th position. Here you can see right behind that EXG car, Sean Linsell. So Haber got that move done. Closes in quite comfortably on the back of Johnston. Right ahead of him as well is Mullen for Premier Sim Racing. So this little battle for 4th position now really starting to get quite heavily contested. We watch these guys follow their way through the back half of this lap.
You really got to take your hat off to the United Sim Sport team with Harley Haber and John McKnight. Being bashed from pillar to post tonight, and they still managed to claw their way back up into the top 10.
I wonder what their emotions would be. It would be great to have an interview with them later on, because in one sense they'll be satisfied that they've got that pace car. Without that pace car, they would have struggled to get a top 10. With the pace car, they might get 4. On the other side, if it weren't for all the mistakes that they made earlier on, they probably could have won this race. So, yeah, it would be great to have an interview with them later on. Not sure if they had the same pace, to be honest. They're currently 10 seconds off the lead, so keep that number in mind. They finished within 10 seconds off the leaders by the end of the race, and that's kind of shows that Haber did have the pace to win, but if it extends much more than that, then probably was a damp squib anyway. Christian Smart up into 17th place. He's really been in the battles. He's battling with Keith Lloyd for Riot Sim Racing in 17th now, and will soon be 16th because we've got Robin Kirk in the pits for DPR.
Yeah, Gillingham also came in the lane for his stop out of 3rd position there, still stationary. Harley Haber actually is now dispensed of Damien Johnston as well for 4th position. We saw a little bit of Morse code on the back of the Johnston mobile as they work their way through the final corners, but Haber's now been able to get that position done. So he's got Marlon McMullen, he just got out of shot ahead of him. So United Sim Sports coming back into contention in the late phase of this race.
Did we mention how Gilliam came into the pits? So?
Yes.
Quick. Came in very quick.
Yeah.
Here's a look at that move from Haber. Gets it done up in the loop. A little bit of opposite lock as he just had to catch that slide a little bit on entry there, but a nice clean move across the nose there of Johnston. And off he goes. The gap starting to come down between himself and McMullen, 1.2 seconds in it at the moment, and he's already put half a second at the moment already on Johnson right behind.
Scott's in. Both the leaders in. So, have they left it one lap too late, Logitech G out as esports? This is a massive point of the race, because on fresh tyres, where is Gilliam at the moment? Gilliam is in a bit of free air. I think he's had free air on this lap. There's only a gap behind him. Now he needs to pray that these couple of drivers in front of him now come into the pits. I doubt they will do, though. Gilliam runs wide, probably will pick up a 1x there. He might not be affected by them. And he's playing the fastest 4th sector of anyone. He gained 0.4 of a second on Scott through the 4th sector alone. If he's done that for a few other sectors, then it might be enough for him to get the lead. Logitech G Autos Esports are coming out of the pits at the moment. It looks as though they will remain in the lead, but will Gilliam be able to get into 2nd place? Yes, he will, or will he? They're side by side, DPR down the inside. They know that they've got to keep this position. Gilliam should have the better line though. He's got warmed up tyres, but now they're in amongst these slower cars. Gilliam goes for a big move, and that should be second place. Wins in front of them, and they both do well. Creative action, but Gilliam with that undercut, he's been able to get back up into second place, and he can charge after Scott's again, who is now 3 seconds up the road.
That was a really close moment there for Briggs, just behind there with that rotating Mark 1 car going to the inside. He was fortunate not to clip that as he went through, but a little bit longer stationary time. So just having a look at our stop times there. So a 10.2 for Gilliam, a 10.22 for Briggs. So not much in it at all. James Scott, though, a 9.3 to come in the lane. So he has maintained a good advantage going back out on that stop, and we'll see how he goes. Marlon McMullen now takes over the lead of this race, and Harley Haber continuing to close down the gap into second place at the moment, 0.7 of a second.
Top 7 cars still yet to hit, by the way. Let's check AOSC Esports, the effective leaders at the moment. I imagine United will leave it as long as possible on this stint, because they will just want to get clean air. They could still get 4th place out of this, could Harley Haber and United Esports. 2 minute 2.76. They're not going to quite have the spectacular pace of the drivers on the new tyres, but I think just fresh air for Haber would be good enough for him. But he has to get past McMullen ASAP. He's driving an awesome race, as he always does in his Endurance, is McMullen, along with his teammate Borg as well, and also Damian Johnston as well in 3rd place, just behind them, still yet to pit.
United have got that gun card in Harley Haber. He is a quick driver, and he knows how to handle a car around good tyres, bad tyres, indifferent tyres. So he will be putting the pressure on Marlon here, and he'll be trying to maximise this stint as far as he can take it before ultimately pitting and falling down the order.
Gap continues to drop 0.3 of a second now as we watch him down under brakes. Haber gets the car in a little nicer through the mid corner, loses just a fraction on exit, but the drive's still very good for him at the moment as he chases off after McMullen. Car working really nicely over the curves, must be said. Struggling maybe just a fraction mid-corner understeer there, but gets the nose back, and with the run down here, down the hanger straight, potentially going to have a look to get a move done here. It will be interesting to see whether either of these two drivers decides now's the opportune time to get that pit stop done though.
I think Premier may as well come into the pits just to avoid the time they can lose by being overtaken. Oh no, it's United in. I really thought Haber would stay out for as long as possible, because I thought if you could get the lead and get some free air, you could see some good laps. Sorry, Danny.
I was going to say, Johnston followed him in as well there, so GRM and Haber doing the same thing. Clint Shane Smith also in the lane as well. So Premier is starting to really split these alternate strategies up between the two cars.
This takes the pressure off Marlon, because it just means he can put the pedal down, not worry about anyone else, and just keep setting clean, consistent laps. Last lap by was a 2:03.4, so still pretty quick when considering that our leaders were doing 2:01s.
Oh yeah, interesting to see the pace that the top three, effective top three, are putting down once the last of the cycles, pit stop cycles go through. Briggs at 2:01.8 last time by, comparative to Gilliam 2:02.15. That's a very impressive lap time. Both of these guys were a little slower than what we saw from Scott, but this is a really fierce battle now to get second position as they work their way past a little bit of lap traffic.
I think they had to get past a couple of cars on that last. I think they lost a lot of time around this part of the circuit, plus Cops, and made a move into Maggots and Beckett's. I can't remember who it was on, but I think they've since come into the pits. I think it was actually Michael Whiting for Fishy Motorsports who they had to overtake, so they lost a bit of time. But now there's no one between them and Scott, so it's a 4-second gap that Gilliam has got to make up with 25 minutes to go. I mean, the only man who could do that, I think, would be Gilliam. Maybe, Briggs has been very quick in this race, and Haber as well. But probably the most likely to do that would be Gilliam. And it's going to need to be a faultless 25 minutes qualifying laps for these remaining 25 minutes in order to catch up. And he's got to keep Briggs behind him simultaneously as well.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy ask for him there, because, I mean, Briggs was very quick early on. Through the middle of the race, we saw him really being able to challenge James Scott there in the Altus car. But once these two started their battling, and we saw that, as we were alluding, that pit stop phase, or the third pit stop phase, was going to be really critical for these two. Once they got into a battle, they really dropped off on the pace there, and they weren't quite able to match what we saw from Scott and then ultimately Myers in the car. So they are starting to struggle a little bit now. Both of these guys back in the 202 range, comparative to Scott, still lapping the 201s.
So McMullen leading for Premier Racing Team, DPR second, PRT in third. And then it's Scott just behind. Scott's going to have to overtake Taljancic quite soon. He's only 1 second behind and lapping 1.6 seconds fast. So that'll be no issue for him. But still, we'll not want to lose too much time in sitting behind Taljancic, which I imagine will quite like to hold up Scott for a little bit. Won't want to lift off and let him past, I imagine.
Looking at the lap times as well, McMullen and Dyson really getting into that sort of territory where they need to come in now, get those new tyres on the car. The lap times are really starting to fall away. Both of those guys, 204 laps last time by, when we've seen a lot of the race around the mid 202s, low 203s. This is really starting to compromise both of those two cars there as they work their way home. But looking at the battle too, Gilliam Briggs still on here, 0.2 of a second between both of these guys. And we touched on it earlier. Catching is one thing, passing is a completely different ball game, and both these guys very evenly matched at the moment.
On the most part, the order relatively separated out now. A couple of close battles. Stokes behind Haber. Has Haber just made that move? I think he has. I think Haber has just overtaken Carl Stokes himself into 8th place. That's 4th place, I think. No, it's not. He's still got Zuber, so that's 5th place, effectively, for Haber. And here it was, much faster coming out of Chapel. Haber now 15 seconds behind Scott. So I think he is a little bit slower than Scott, but not a whole lot slower. And he's now just got that Zuber car to get past, and that will be 4th place for him, which should be as good as it's going to get for United Esports tonight.
Yeah, that was a really good pass from Haber there. A little bit of opposite lock on the exit, and able to still maintain that down through that final series of corners. He's closed up a long way now on the back of the Zuber car, so that'll be interesting to see. James Scott now into some guys that haven't pitted yet, down the inside of Taljancic. I don't think he's going to be too troubled here, but Michael's going to definitely make him work for this move as they run up through the chicane here. 2x2 doesn't really go through this phase, but Scott just able to drift the Altus car in front of Michael Taljancic there.
Ooh, big slide for Taljancic. Maybe a bit of aero wake there. I think that lost Scott. How much time did that lose Scott? It's sector 3. Is it sector 3? Or sector 4 perhaps? Yeah, he lost a bit of time there. He lost about 4 tenths. It wasn't too bad for him. Gap still at 4 seconds.
But when you're in that position for Michael, you've got to play that team game. You've got to hold James up as much as you can, because your teammate's going to try and get to him.
Yeah, absolutely right. So he's helped the cause a little bit there, but he, would have liked to hold him at least through Maggots and Beckett and Chapman.
Yeah.
It's surprising too to see McMullen and Dyson still going at it. They're got themselves McMullen at least got himself 11 seconds over James Scott at the moment. The lap's still hovering around that 2:04 range. So wondering whether they're trying to eke the distance out. They've got 20 minutes now just on the clock to get themselves home. Really wondering whether they're going to have the capacity in the tank. The last pit stop was lap 83, so we're nearing about 5 laps before they do need to bring that car in. I think they're going to almost be a little bit short here on this fuel run.
I think they're just going to pit with 10 minutes to go. Or, I think they'll just run the tank. Is that lifting and coasting? That seemed very early off the throttle going into cops. Maybe they are trying it. But their lap times have been so good for the majority of this stint. Or maybe they're just having to brake earlier because of the tyres. That looks very slow through Maggots and Beckett's. I should probably shut up and then we could actually hear the engine notes, to be honest. That would really help, wouldn't it? But we'll see if they do anything down into Stoke.
That's coasting.
Yeah, they're trying to get to the end.
Coasting.
Come on, guys, you can do this. I put them as my P3T, and if they pull off this no stop, they're fuel saving a lot. Their pace has dropped off significantly over the past few hours. I think they thought it was going to be easier than it was, but now they're really having to save a lot of fuel because this is going to be a 2-minute 5, I think, this time round. It's a 2-minute 3. That looks slow, didn't it? But it wasn't that. According to the stopwatch, it wasn't bad.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad
It's
at
a
all.
bold strategy.
They're making it work for them, with that, and that's the main thing. It's going to be interesting to see. 19 minutes now, and definitely going to be keeping a weather eye on that. Michael Talianchich has dropped in. He's not able to get that car home either, so he's falling down the timing scoring board at the moment as well. Scott has closed up the gap to second position. Also, you can just almost going to catch him in the back of that last shot, but you can see the gap now second to third, only 1.2 seconds in it, and that newer rubber definitely starting to help James Scott out. He pitted on lap 95, comparable to the two in front who pitted lap 83, so a little bit fresher tyre helping his cause.
Gap to Gilliam down to 3 seconds was 4.4, I think, at one point, as he starts to flash in the lights. So Gilliam on that last lap 2/10 faster. He gained all that time in sector 4. Well, he gained a 10th and a half through sector 4. That was mainly where he did. That is that's kind of, I think that's kind of Maggots and Beckett's, and then the starts of the hangar straight as well. It's sector 4. So a lot of driving parts, a lot of corners in that sector, and that seems maybe where Gilliam has the slight advantage.
Yeah, and he's also been able to drop Briggs now as well, so he's looking pretty comfortable in a potential net second, if our calculations are right. But Briggs has had a couple of tougher laps last time by 4/10 slower, so just starting to hurt a little bit now as we see Logitech car has managed to get past Hendrik Dyson, and James Scott now up into second. So he's got a lot of work if he wants to get up to the back of McMullen. 9.5 seconds to go, 17 minutes still on the clock, so definitely got a pace advantage at the moment to be able to bring that car in, but that's a big ask for him.
Especially with the pace that Marlon's got whilst coasting, because that's a significant lap number at 2:03 whilst trying to save that much fuel. That's going to be a sheer effort to climb that mountain.
At 20 laps though since McMullen has pitted, so by calculations we're probably looking at about 4 laps there. Has he been able, I mean, Sam, you recommended we might be in about 110, 114 to the conclusion of this race. I don't know that Mullen's going to have enough in the tank to get that car home though.
So we'll cross the line, won't we, with a about 3:46, won't we? Just over 3:46.
Yep.
Oh, so I think we're just going to get an 8th lap in. There'll be 8 more laps after this. It'll be tight. And I think maybe they thought that it was going to be 1 less lap, but I think we're just going to squeak in an 8th. And this is very approximate thinking. Fortunately, this lap is just over 2 minutes, so it's not too difficult for us to calculate. But I think we've got 8 more laps after this one, which might be 1 too far, maybe. But if they're gonna bail, they've got to bail now. There's no point in going half-hearted with it. They may as well come into the pits now if they don't think they're gonna make it.
They're
Pressing
continuing
on with
this strategy. It's a very bold call to get it home, but hats off to them. It's a fantastic strategy. I'd love to know from Brian. Actually, I know he won't tell us, but if he is in the chat, I'd love Brian to give us an up or down as to where they think they're going to be towards the back end of this race.
They're not going to win, I think we can say that, but they might get 4. Sorry, no.
I was going to say, how good's Brian Borg's poker face? He may not want to show that card, but I reckon you're right about the money there, Sam. Probably 4 or something like that. They'll be close to the United Sim Sports.
Christian Smart into the pits for their last pit stop. They left it a while. Up 101. For reference, most drivers came in the mid-90s. Kind of 93 to 98 was the most common kind of area of coming in. So stretching it to over 100 is quite far. We've still got a few more drivers coming to the pits. Of course, you can click on the live timing link in the description below, provided by SDK Gaming. Really useful for situations like this, because then you can see how many times drivers have come into the pits, when their last pit stop was. And pretty much, if anyone pitted more recently than lap 90, then they're comfortable to the end of the race. Anyone pitting before that is going to be pretty close to the end. Here's the battle for third. I say a battle. It's inevitable. Has Gilliam lost his bonnet? I'm saying he's lost his bonnet.
Yeah, definitely been some contact there somewhere along the way. He's also got a bit of front left fender damage as well, so that's going to hurt. We see some smoke in the distance. I think someone just locking up on their way through that corner there, but both drivers managing to get themselves through. So potentially a little bit of assistance there for Briggs. The DPR car of Dyson just maybe holding him up just a fraction there, but Dyson likewise got a little bit of damage down that right-hand side of the car.
I thought the cooling on the Commodore was adequate, but it seems Gillingham has taken it a step further of removing the bonnet.
I'm gonna try to find out where this happened. Lap 103, I think it was.
McMullen at 2:02.9, so certainly got some pace still in that car. That's a cracking lap for him. It's only 5 tenths slower than we saw from James Scott there.
So sorry to interrupt, Daniel, but Gilliam's gone into the back of Cameron Jones, the Reaper Insight car, coming out of Stowe. It looked as though the Reaper car lifted off. This was lap 103, and Jones has gone into the wall because of that. And I think then had to go across the circuit to get into the pits. So there might be a penalty coming for the pursuit car. Keep an eye on that. But he's certainly got a lot of damage now.
That elevates Marlon to probably 4th, 3rd.
Maybe 3rd, yeah. I'm not sure if it will be a penalty, because it looked like the Reaper car kind of lifted off coming out of Stowe. It might be deemed that they slowed down too excessively. But also now it's going to be tricky for him to get to the end of the race, won't it? Because he'll be using more fuel with the extra aero damage he's got. Extra drag. Although he's not losing much time, is he? Maybe he's losing half a second a lap. It's not affecting him that much, considering that half his car is gone.
Not a great deal, but
car looks to be pretty straight. I'd love to see an onboard shot just to see if there's any left hand down on the steering. I don't know whether that might be possible or not. That would be interesting to tell us whether he is struggling just a touch in that vehicle as well. Watch them work their way. What's it like on the straight? No, it looks to be pretty good. So just a little bit of minor cosmetics by the looks of it.
I mean, it may not have even been a 4X, to be honest. It could have been a 0X because it wasn't a massive hit, just on the back of the other car. Yeah, certainly maybe looks worse than it actually is. By the way, that last lap, Marlon McMullen, 2 minute 3.2 on the previous lap. I think he did a 2 minute 2.8. Some of his fastest laps of the race. Now that means either two things. Either he's saved so much fuel that he can now push to the end, and he's got a legitimate chance of winning this race, or they've realised that they're not going to get to the end of the race, and he's just putting his foot down and will come into the pits any lap now. It could be either one. I'm not sure. But McMullen, either he's not going to get to the end of the race, or you will have to pit, which are the only two options anyway, which is pretty obvious. But it's very tricky to tell at the moment.
Yeah. Track condition 2 still coming down. See a big slide in the rear of shot there. One of the cars, but track temp down to 19 degrees as well. So pace has definitely come up for these boys now with all the rubber that they've laid down over the course of this 3 hours and 50 minutes so far. This will be prime time for these guys to be setting as quick a lap as possible. Jacob Knight not quite getting that move done on the Reaper car. Hazard move a little bit further back. Actually, that's going to be an easy one down the inside. Sails through for that. Potentially going to bring Michael Whiting in along with him as well. Whiting has to duck in behind, but it's been a good run for those guys in the Fishy car after the troubles that we saw earlier on.
Guskin is also trying to save fuel to get to the end of the race. He pits on lap 84. So he's trying to edge out the fuel as well. So he expects him to be a little bit slow towards the end of the race for Reaper Scorpion. There's the pit stop strategy. We can't give you the entire race because we had to reset the live timing at one point. But pretty much that's all you need to know. The last few pit stops, how far McMullen has gone, and also how far Dyson has gone. DPR letting us know on the chat. Thanks to them. Letting us know that they've gone for the same strategy, not pitting. And at the moment, with 7.5 minutes to go, it could have been the right strategy. But it's difficult to tell. If Premier Racing Team keep up this pace, it will be a race win in the books for them because they're only lapping 0.7 of a second a lap slower, despite being on older tyres, despite having to lift and coast, we believe. But if they can keep in the 2 minute 3s, maybe even the 2 minute 4s, the 2 minute 4s will probably be good enough. And they will win this race. But they could come into the pits any moment. And it's very difficult to tell what they're thinking in that car.
That gap has come down from 9 to 7 seconds, so it is closing.
And we're on the effective limit of those fuel tanks. So we were estimating 24 laps. As you can see, James Scott just flashes quickly into the back of the shot. So he can see now that 7 seconds advantage that McMullen's got. But this is kind of uncharted territory for us so far. We've only seen relatively 24 laps here. McMullen, again, goes around one more time. So he's done a phenomenal job to squeeze the life that he has out of this tank of fuel.
Look how close it is with the time. Look at that. We've got 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. That's right on the limit. We've got a 2 minute 3 lap time. Even not very good at maths. 2 minutes 3 times 3 is 6 minutes 9. We've got 6 minutes 10 on the clock. And so we might get a 4th lap in. We might get a 3rd lap in. So that's going to be big. McMullen's got to make sure that he's not too quick here. He can't afford to be so quick to the white flag that he forces an extra lap. He's got to make sure that we only have 3 more laps to go including this one, not 4 more laps. But this is so close. This has got every strategic element you could want. Fuel, whether or not we'll get in an extra lap, it's ever so close right now.
Scott is coming at him. Last time was 9/10 in favour of the Altus car, so the lap times are starting to come back to James here. The gap continuing to ebb and flow, but it has now dropped under 6 seconds. So for James, he's doing everything he can do to get that through. Harley Haber has now just put a move on Andrew Dyson, and that promotes him up to a net 5th at the moment. He's got about 6 seconds ahead of him if he wants to close up to Briggs and Gilliam, who are a long way up the road at this point in time as we come towards the conclusion of this race. But for Haber, after we saw the earlier issues, both himself and McKnight have done a fantastic job to get that car back up inside the top 5.
Yeah, it'll be 5th place at least. Could be 4th, depending on what happens to Premier. Also, no word on the pursuit incident, so it seems as though there'll be no investigation on that one. In fact, DPR got past pursuit. Oh, there's contact, and that was deep from Gilliam. Well, Stowe Corner's been a trouble spot for him so far. That looked as though maybe the DPR car was clear, and then pursuits were a bit late on the brakes, but we only saw the tail end of it. Either way, it's clear that Gilliam is not going to happily give up this place.
No, these guys are going to want to hang on to everything they can to retain those spots. They can't afford to leave anything on the table right now. Quickly saw too Harley Haber just in the back of shot there, so he can see these two ahead of him. If they continue this little bit of bump and run that they're doing, they're definitely going to open themselves up to an opportunity from Haber there. Big slide for Briggs, not able to help him out as well. Continuing just to keep a look on our leaders as well. Scott 8/10 quicker, actually just under it, or just over a second quicker than McMullen the last time through as well. So that gap continuing to fall 1st to 2nd down to 5 seconds now.
I think this depends on whether or not we get the extra lap. So this race might be 110, or it might be 111. If McMullen has to do 111 laps, I think he might run out of fuel on the last lap. But if we run out of time, then it might just be 110, because at the moment Scott is not closing in nearly enough. Look at that, it's a second a lap. If we might only have one more lap after this, and so he will need 2 seconds a lap, but well, 3 seconds a lap even. There is McMullen.
4 seconds the gap.
Our Premier Racing team on course for a race win. If they stay out this time, then it looks as though they're going to be the favourites, as long as we expire the time. We need 2 minutes on the clock, or 2:03 on the clock, in order to make this the last lap, in order to bring the white flag out. We got 2 minutes 10. Oh, I think McMullen's slowing down at the moment just to make sure it's the white flag. He has enough fuel as long as it's the last lap. Okay, we've got 2 minutes to go. That should be enough. But McMullen is really slow now, and I think slowing down that much to make sure it's the last lap has put him under pressure now. And that might be a mistake from him, because this is going to be the white flag lap, and we've got 1.4 seconds to Logitech. This is as close as you can imagine a race being.
And we got some lap traffic just to throw into the mix there. See that Reaper car just stepping aside. So this is a straight out fight for these guys over the remaining portion of this lap.
Surely he's got the fuel. There, he's deploying the clutch. He's deploying the clutch in order to lift and coast. And James Scott is on his way. Logitech have never taken a team's victory. Premier Racing Team certainly didn't take one last season. It would be phenomenal. It'd be a huge shock if they could take a race victory now. And look at the gap. It's coming up. It's going up to 1.3, 1.4. What's going on with Scott? Is he having to fuel save? Because that was very slow coming out of Luffield. So there was a turbo boost from Marlon McMullen, who is on course for a race victory. Premier Racing Team, who qualified in 12th place, who were running in 5th place, as high as that, but just trying to get a top 10 in realistic terms. And at the moment, McMullen is on course with 30 seconds to go. This is surely going to be the checker flag to come out in just a moment. Logitech failing to catch up. Scott cannot catch up at the moment. And this would be one of the most spectacular race victories we've ever seen. To not stop with the final pit stop. We've got 7/10 of a second. What's happening with the McMullen? He's very slow, but is Scott's there close enough? He's right on the tail with a couple of corners to go. We've just got Vale to execute. And Premier Racing Team, Marlon McMullen, Brian Borg, take a bow. And they have not won. It's not the last lap. It's not the checker flag, it's white flag. And they've not won. They've not won. iRacing have absolutely taken this win away from Premier Racing Team because they crossed the line 8 seconds over the time limit, and they slowed down in order to make sure it was the last lap. It wasn't the last lap, and now they are surely going to run out of fuel, and surely Logitech G Altus Esports are going to take this race win.
That's a crushing blow.
Hats off to them, though. That is a cracking effort to have gone one pit stop shorter than everyone else. I guess now we've got to keep our eye right behind them. Three seconds off. Mullen now is our battle for third position with Gilliam and Briggs. They're coming back into contention. Have both the Altus and Premier cars got enough fuel to get themselves home? I mean, they were coasting a lot through that last lap when we rode on board with James Scott through the S's. He was very ginger on getting onto the power to get that thing home, and these two behind really starting to come at them now.
So this is definitely going to be the last lap. You can see the time, 4 minutes 1. We didn't know if it was going to be the checker flag that last time round or whether it was going to be the white flag. It was the white flag. And Logitech are surely on course, but I think have Premier run out of fuel. They've run out of fuel, and it's right at the end. They might get a shove from their teammates, I don't know. But from race win, they deserve the race win. It's not going to be even a top 5. It might not be a top 10. They might not even get to the line. But James Scott, Logitech came so close last season to many a team's win. They're going to set off this season in the perfect way. Brady Myers and James Scott round the final corner, and they take race 1 of the season of the AOSC Super Series. They win at Silverstone. Pursuit beat DPR with a great defensive drive. Where are Premier Racing Team? They're limping around. They could have come into the pits. They should have come into the pits on the last lap because that would have saved them a few feet. They're down into 6th at the moment. Where are EXG? They're coming up. They should be EXG. EXG are just behind them. They reach the DRS board. The checker flag comes out very quick. Dyson, where is he? Oh, he's run out of fuel.
Oh my
God. He crashes across the line and he gets beaten by... No, I think he stayed in 8th place. That was a back marker, I think. That was a splutzing across the line. And look at this with Flint Shane Smith. He's slow as well. And he's going to run out of fuel because they weren't expecting the extra lap. And Jamie Stobold will steal 11th place. And it's an absolute graveyard across the line because no one's got fuel to do any donuts. Not that they would want to, I'm sure, Premier Racing Team. But at least they do finish in 7th place to Premier Racing Team, Marlon McMullen, and you'll not see a closer finish. The iRacing white flag system, love it or loathe it, it is questionable sometimes, and that is what has decided this race victory. But guys, I mean, Daniel, we saw a fantastic finale at Montreal, didn't we? Where we saw Haber, I think it was Haber and Scott. Nose to tail for the last 30 minutes, but that was incredible. We ruled it out, or certainly you ruled it out, and convinced me to rule it out as well, that it wasn't possible to go to the end of the race without stopping. They tried it, and like I said, 2 seconds difference, it would have worked. But incredible scenes.
Right, that was a phenomenal way to finish it out. To McMullen and Borg, I mean, that hats off to them. That is a phenomenal drive to get that car home. As you say, I mean, they only missed that white flag by a handful of seconds, and to then go from effective race leader, ultimately they weren't able to get it home with enough fuel in the tank. They come home with a respectable 7th. You know, take nothing away from that, but to have done what they've done, phenomenal job. To our race winners overall, Scott and Gilliam and Briggs for the top 3 anyway. Phenomenal drive for them. And the surprise one in the top 5 that we saw have a lot of issues throughout the course of the race, Haber and McKnight for United Simsport doing a phenomenal job to get that car back up in contention as well.
Yeah, brilliant recovery from a few of the teams out there. What a start to the season! We've got a few more of these to come later on in the championship. If we can carry on this on this way, then we have got one hell of a season 9 coming up for you in the AOSC Super Series. I think everyone's crossed the line. Maybe Jack Anderson. I'm not sure if he's crossed the line yet. But either way, he's just come into the pit. So I think we can show you the final order from this round 1 of the championship. And there is Logitech G Altus Esports winning out for the first time. I believe that's the first time, at least. I was saying that a lot, but I think that is the first time. Certainly not the first time for James Scott. And they lead the championship after the first round. Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing finished in 2nd place. Then it was DPR Racing, United Esports with a great recovery after a couple of penalties. Synergy Sim Racing. Then it was Sean Lindsell for the EXG team. Then it was Marlon McMullen, so close to the race win for Premier Racing Team. Then it was DPR Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, Gone Rogue Motorsports, good recovery by them in 10th. Pursuit Sim Racing, Clint Shane Smith for Premier Racing Team 004. Didn't quite work their strategy in the end. They finished outside the top 10 after looking like a top 5 was on the cards. KRF, the driver's seat, were in 13th. There was Mac 1. DPR, good drive actually for Mac 1. DPR in 15th. Vipa Sim Racing. Fastlane Esports, Fishy Motorsports, JP Simshed. Apologies, that's not JP Simshed. That is ANZ Motorsports in 19th place. Fastlane Esports were then it was Fishy Motorsports again. Gone Rogue Motorsports, Enduro, Vipa Scorpion, EXG Motorsports, Bright Sim Racing, Zuva Racing, Fishy Motorsports, Pursuit Sim Racing, JPSS Goodyear, Tanks SRT, Mac 1 Esports Blue, Bright Sim Racing Blue, Challenger Garage, Vipa Insight, KRF Motorsports, United Sim Sports, and Pursuit Sim Racing. Nick Halser was in the safety car. I did do a few laps though, did Nick Halser. Terrible laps, I will say. He did fall off the circuit. But still, he gave it a go, didn't he? Apologies. Not gonna you probably won't hear me for the next one. We are going to have a chat now with our race winners from today. It was James Scott and Brady Myers taking, I believe, Logitech G Altus Esports' first endurance race win. First off, James, that penultimate lap, what was going through your mind? You seemed quite slow on that penultimate lap. What was going on in the cockpit?
Oh, well, what I finished that one was... So about 10 laps to go, I'd sort of got a bit of an inkling that maybe Marlon would go for the no fuel stop. So I was driving extremely hard to catch him. And then I realized on the penultimate lap that I could be in a bit of a fuel problem myself. Obviously not as bad as Marlon, unfortunately, but had to really slow it up there in the last 2 laps just to get it home, and ended up crushing with about half a litre left.
Did you think, Jane? Actually, Brady, for that matter, did you think that penultimate lap was the last lap? Because the timer seemed to tick down, and yet we had an extra lap.
Yeah, I was watching the leader, and I tell you what, as soon as I saw that they ticked over, like the checkered flag didn't come, I knew we were in for a shot. So I said to James, just push as soon as the penultimate lap came.
Yeah, that was ever so close. James, but for you guys, I mean, really good start to the season. Both of you had superb pace, led almost all of the event. You must be really pleased that you've kept your advantage from last season going into this season.
Yeah, definitely. Great to get our first Enduro win for Logitech G Altus Esports. It's been great since I've come across here. And yeah, it's been great to keep the form going. Weren't really. We were hoping for no safety car when that last one came out, but that definitely spiced it up. And a quick shout out to all the guys at Pursuit Sim Racing. They could have really made it hard for us getting through the lap traffic there, but they decided to get out of the way and see a good race at the end.
And Brady, I mean, last season maybe you were lacking maybe a tenth or two to James. Today you seemed like a proper match, maybe even had the advantage. Can we expect to see you taking part in the individual rounds this season?
Yeah, I may. To be honest, I'm just here to help James with his enduro exploits. But I felt quite confident tonight in our ability and our pace, and I think our performance showed that tonight, definitely.
Awesome. So hope to see you back, both back very soon. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Obviously Brady, for he's put in an amazing drive when he was in the car. The original plan was to have him in the car at the end, but that didn't quite work out. And obviously all our great sponsors at Logitech G, Altus Esports, with obviously Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Motion Simulation, Cube Controls, and you guys for putting on a great show, and all the AOSC admin.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, and we will see you next Friday.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
So that was your winning team tonight. Brady Myers and James Scott for Logitech G Altus Esports. Daniel, I think you are standing by with Andrew Gilliam and Tom Freer.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Andrew and Tom, mate, guys, congratulations. Second place tonight. It was a really hard charge for you over the course of the event. Found yourself in some solid battles overall. How were your thoughts on how the whole thing unfolded?
We made an error in the pit stop, sort of a miscommunication. We should have done a driver swap, and then Tom thought we were doing a driver swap, and then we sort of left the car with no driver in it for a couple seconds. So that first safety car sort of got us out of trouble, put us back on the same sort of strategy as everyone else. And then, it was just about working our way back. We had really good pace, so we're just working our way back through the field. And I got back into the car. We were fourth place, I think, fourth or third, coming into the second last round of pit stops. And I was right on James Scott's bumper, and I made that mistake coming out of Maggots and Beckett's, which just threw a spanner in the works. And then the race lit up. It just everyone was sort of making desperate moves, and lap cars were starting to be a factor, and we actually got sort of unintentionally brake checked by a lap car as well, and that that ruined the front aero, and it made it really difficult to chase down James, so we had to focus on holding off Briggsy for the second.
Well, over the course of the night, I mean, we saw both the PSR team as well as DPR both have cracks to try and unsettle James and the Altus car over the course of the event. Unfortunately, not successful from both ways, but as a result, it put in a fantastic battle, both between yourselves and Adam and the guys for DPR Racing. At the final stages, you guys really going at it. Did you have much to offer up as far as where you thought that could have ended up?
Yeah, I think if I hadn't got that slowdown coming out of Maggots and Beckett's, we were really pressuring James Scott, and I think we could have had him even that lap. I was setting up for a run down the Hanger Straight, but the race could have got either way. Like, if the time certain had gone a lap back, we would have been in third, and Marlon would have been on the top step. So it was a very chaotic end to the race, that's for sure.
And next week we switch off from the endurance format that we've done tonight. We go to a new format for the championship. It's going to be the 50-80 split. Are we likely to see both yourself, Andrew, and Tom back out individually for PSR?
Definitely. Won't miss
Yep,
it around.
absolutely.
Fantastic, boys. Well, look, congratulations on a solid effort over the course of the night. Fortunately, didn't see you get the top step, but second's a hell of a spot. First time out in the championship for the new season. But before we let you go, is there anyone you guys would like to give a shout out and thanks to?
Just a massive thank you to Track Racer and MXTV. They obviously get behind us a lot, and their help always helps us do what we do, and hopefully stay up the front. But also to Pursuit Sim Racing and all the guys there, the work they put in behind the scenes to give us good setups and an opportunity is just brilliant. And obviously you guys as well, great broadcast and an excellent commentary team.
Fantastic, guys. Well, again, congratulations on the result tonight. All the best for next week. We'll look forward to seeing you both out on track again for that one.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Andrew Gilliam and Tom Freer there for Pursuit Sim Racing, finishing in second place today. And I think finally we've got Adam Briggs and Philip Worley in for a chat, and Nori is standing by with them.
Adam, Philip, what a start to the season. That was third place, but it could have been a win almost. You were battling with the leaders there all race. How did it feel?
Alright, I'm sorry I had an internet glitch because I've only just got comms. How you guys doing?
You got us now, Adam?
Yep. Hello?
Yeah. Yep. How was the race from your end, mate?
Oh, yeah. Look, I think we had a decent pace. Still got a lot to learn. Obviously, it's the two teams that finished ahead of us are obviously veterans at doing this sort of thing. So, learning all the time, and that battle with Scott was James Scott, sorry, was a massive learning experience. Just being able to sit in the or behind such an experienced camper. So we'll just take the positives and move on to the next round.
You definitely punched well above your weight. It was fantastic to see that battle between yourself and James Scott. The run after the pit stop, that was a bit with the battle with Pursuit. That sort of cost you a bit, but then you fought back, so that was good.
Yeah. I think me and Andrew both knew we were about to hit. I think Andrew just probably wanted to lead into the pit. It was a shame that we lost that time. I guess that was probably more Andrew's choice than mine. Look, we just knuckled down and tried to do our best to save us help.
We lost you again. Philip, how was the race from your end?
Interesting. Half an hour before the race, I wasn't even meant to be in this car. The partners got switched around late, so it's a bit of baptism of fire for me. I wasn't expecting to be that far up the front, to be honest. Just happy I kept it clean to give it back to Briggs, to be honest. Yeah, it was good.
You boys did a solid job. Anyone you want to give a shout out for?
Just give a massive shout out to the boys in the team. They're all working hard. And to our sponsors, Southwell Lifts and Hoists, Ben Max Mechanical, and the big sponsor on the side, BetSmart Racing Services.
Excellent. Thanks so much for joining us.
No worries. Thank you.
So that was Philip Worley and Adam Briggs from DPR Racing then, finishing in third place. Congrats to them. That is, round one sorted. Nori, next up, Alton Park. We've already talked a little bit about it. It's going to be tricky to overtake, and there is the calendar, in fact. Alton Park, and then Okayama, another pretty tight and twisty circuit. Also, this kind of 50-80 format, something that the series hasn't kind of ventured into in the past. It's going to be, I think it's going to really get the drivers on their toes, and they're not going to be quite familiar with the format, and it could see a little bit more of a lottery than we often see with the 150s.
Not only is it going to get the drivers on their toes, it's going to get us on our toes. We're going to have to be trying to pick out which track we're at, what configuration of the circuit we're on, and what part of the stints they're in, because it's going to be quite exciting for everyone, not only the drivers, us and the fans included as well. So it's going to be fantastic to watch. I'm a bit disappointed because Daniel won the tipping comp tonight, so I'm going to have to read the form guide and study who the single driver winner is.
Well, that's it. I will just say I put Premier Racing Team as third place, and they nearly got a podium, despite the fact that was a bit of an outlandish one. But still was not too bad. I'll speak to that. Even though I got them all wrong, I think. Once again, thanks to all the sponsors of the for making the championship as good as it is. Akita providing safety and rigging equipment in Australia. Jinx shifters who make premium shifters and also brick bias and ARB adjusters for sim racing. Race Circuit Arts Australia, which makes some fantastic CNC race circuits. Sixth Gear Imagery, doing sim racing digital imagery. Wolf Graphics, making stickers with custom made stickers for real life. And also West End Master, Too Easy Finance, and Parameter Isuzu Utes as well. All Sydney car deals led by Jamie McKnight. Certainly do check them out if you are based in Australia. Thanks to all the organisers as well for putting this championship on, and thanks to you for tuning in, for making this broadcast worthwhile. Certainly hope that you enjoyed it, and certainly do join us back as well for next week as well. With that new format we'll have for round 2 of the season at Alton Park. Also, like this video, we super appreciate it, and subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network or to Apex Racing TV, whichever you're watching on. Certainly do subscribe because there's loads of fantastic content coming up in the near future. We've got the Aussie Mixed and Fixed GT Championship coming up on Sunday morning. Certainly recommend checking that out. That's GTE cars, massive fields, 40, 50 car fields for that one, featuring some of the best Australian drivers on iRacing. So certainly do check that out on Sunday morning for the UK and Sunday evening for you Australians. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you back for next week at Alton Park. But from round 1 of season 9 of the AOSC Super Series, we are going to say goodbye, and we will see you next time.